I'd like to welcome everybody to this, the third virtual meeting of the Village of Glendale Council. For the record, I will state that all legal requirements under Ohio law to hold this meeting by video instead of in person have been met. With that said, I'm going to lead us now in the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have a flag to show on the screen? There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We have the minutes from the May 4th meeting, and they have been circulated, and I believe some amendments have been made, but overall, I just want to commend our clerk on another excellent job of just distilling a pretty complicated and wide-ranging discussion. So thank you, Becky, and with that, I will hear a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved.
Don't leave her hanging.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. The motion is carried.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to do a roll call and a quorum?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's make that the next step, especially since we appear to have one council member missing.
Okay, I'll do the roll call. Mr. Bessel,
Here.
Mr. Howeller,
Here.
Ms. Duke,
Here.
Ms. Masenko,
Here.
Mr. Baysmith. Mr. Baysmith is not present. Ms. Groninger.
Here.
Thank you.
I believe Mr. Baysmith, yeah, Mr. Baysmith is here, and I just heard him say
Oh,
something.
there he is. Hello, Mr. Baysmith. Mr. Baysmith is present.
Okay. And we have the agenda, which has been circulated in advance, and hearing no objection to it, I will deem it approved with the understanding that the discussion of the hearing on the recommendation of the Glendale Planning and Historic Preservation Commission regarding the Bethany amendment to the conditional use permit is going to be held after the conclusion of our regular business, which on this agenda will be item 8, the review of expenditures. And with that, I will move to the first ordinance. The ordinance 2020-15. An ordinance authorizing the administrator to enter into a contract with J.K. Muir Corporation in the amount of $117,730 for the quiet zone walkway, fencing, lighting, and parking lot work. Said contractor having been found to be the lowest and best bid as recommended by the village engineer and declaring an emergency. I'm going to do the introduction here because this is a project that I obviously have been very closely involved with. This is, of course, probably the final step in the implementation of the quiet zone. And I think you've seen the plans for it. It's going to be, the fencing is going to be very similar to the fencing that's already on the other side of the tracks from at the depot. The contractor, J.K. Muir, he was the low bidder, and the village has used him before and has been satisfied with him. So with that, do I have a motion for the ordinance?
So moved.
Move. Second.
Okay,
Second.
discussion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I just would like to point out that Section 4 in this ordinance calls for the payments to come from the community fund appropriations. And I assume that's the money that was raised privately for the quiet zone.
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
And no other, that will be the only source of money except for some money that we got from the railroad.
And may I ask Wally or David Lumsden if to their knowledge offhand, they know whether or not there is more than enough money, more than $120,000 in the balance in that line item?
Yes, there's ample money to cover that. There'll be reserves when this is over with.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr.
Do I have a
Mayor, we also had, we were going to have consideration for ongoing expenses for the quiet zone, maintenance of equipment, et cetera. So the remaining funds, surplus funds, what amount is that?
Well, we don't have a final number on that yet. So it will be enough to carry us through for a number of years and cycles of the big maintenance cost is the wires, the sensor wires in the pavement. And we would have enough to carry through that for a number of years.
And Mr. Mayor, so am I correct to assume that we still have some pledges that are still coming due from people that are contributing to the quiet zone, or have we received all the pledges?
No, that is not, we still are receiving pledges. In fact, we've received about 3 of them this year so far.
Thank you.
Yep.
And is this an emergency?
I was about to ask for to waive 3 reads. Do I have a
I'd
motion?
like to move for the emergency.
Okay.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. For the record, it's a motion to waive 3 reads. Okay. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
To dispense with the 3 reads, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith. Mr. Baysmith,
You're on.
Aye.
thank you. Ms. Groninger,
Aye.
thank you. For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Turning to ordinance 2020-16, an ordinance authorizing the administrator to renew dental insurance with Dental Care Plus for all eligible full-time and those part-time employees provided for by ordinance and declaring an emergency. Do I have a motion for this ordinance?
So moved.
So moved.
And a motion to dispense with 3 reads?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Cordes, could you give us some background on this? Are you audible for us?
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, good. It's working. Yes, this is the renewal of our Dental Care Plus for all eligible employees. The increase is a 3% increase. It says for a 2-year period, but make note that this is for an effective period this year, August 1st, 2020 through July 31 of 2021. This is a program where the employee participates, 15% of the cost for a single dental plan, and the village pays the remaining balance. This is an ongoing program we've had for about 8 years now. Also derived from the Center from Local Government, or part of the collective pool of other municipalities. So it was negotiated as a group rate.
Any discussion? Is there any discussion? I guess not. Madam Clerk?
Okay, to dispense with the three reads, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke. Ms. Duke, you're on mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Bay Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Bay Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried. We go to ordinance 2020-17, an ordinance authorizing the administrator to renew the health insurance with the Center for Local Government Benefits pool, said program a public insurance pool not subject to public bid, and declaring an emergency. Do I have a motion for this ordinance?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
And a motion to dispense with three reads?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Cordes, you're on again.
Okay, I'm unmuted, I think.
Okay, yes,
As you may recall, previously we discussed the Center for Local Government. This is the actual policy for the health insurance, the Center for Local Government, a large conglomerate of other municipalities who collectively negotiate for health insurance. We currently have the gold plan available to our employees and the platinum plan to our employees. The original quote for the renewal for a one-year period was just over 11%. And through Haran, which is the negotiating agent for the Center for Local Government, they're able to negotiate it to 9.9% for renewal, which takes place August 1st of this year for a one-year period. We budgeted 7%, and this is slightly higher than what we budgeted. Fortunately, I understand from Phyllis DePeel that there's enough money in the individual accounts to bridge the difference between 7% and 9.9%. With that said, the employee, and that's the next ordinance, also contributes towards this contribution, this payment to the Center for Local Government. And I don't have the numbers in front of me. David, maybe you do. We'll team up on this if you could. The last 3 years of renewals, I believe, were 3.5%, David?
2017 renewal was 3%, 2018 renewal was 2%, 2019 renewal was 6%, and then 9.9% in 2020.
So that makes the average for the 4-year period 5.2.
5.2.
Okay. I think we've done well with this plan. I think Ms. Greninger will remember back when she was on council that we entered into this conglomerate of other municipalities, and I think it has served us well. It's considerably less than quoting to the private sector. Any questions?
Is there still a contribution to the HSA by the village?
Excuse me?
Is there still a contribution to the HSA by the village?
Yes, that'll be ordinance number 18 next, coming up.
for the record, I did ask Mr. Cordes why the rates had gone up so significantly from the previous year. And we know it's not us, but we assume that some municipalities in our conglomerate have had a bad experience or two, and that drove the rates up. But we still believe this is the best plan available.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion?
The only thing I might add to this, Mr. Mayor, is that in some private sector, insurance plans have seen increases as high as 20% this year.
Whoa.
I think the village is doing very well in controlling this expense.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bessel. Madam Clerk.
To dispense with the three reads, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Bay Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Bay Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion is passed. The ordinance is passed. We turn to ordinance 2020-19, an ordinance authorizing the administrator to continue to implement a health savings account plan with Fifth Third Bank as the administrating agent and authorizing funding of $2,000 of the family deductible and $1,000 of the single deductible toward eligible medical expenses incurred by employees who have complied with the annual wellness assessment and declaring an emergency. Do I have a motion for this ordinance?
So moved.
Yes, and was there a second?
Second.
And a motion to dispense with 3 reads?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Cordis?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
We did go out of order.
You are on ordinance 2020-19, and we seem to have
Oh,
jumped over ordinance 2020-18. We, with the motions, may stay with 2020-19 and circle back to 2020-18, if that's what you'd like to do.
that is what I would like to do. I apologize if the 2018 got caught on a paper clip of some papers that I had with 2017. So, so we are now on 2019, the one I just read. And do we have a motion?
We did.
Okay, so we're all set with the motions? Okay,
And yes.
okay, just Mr. Cordis.
Yes, as Ms. Greninger asked earlier a question, we do have an HSA that was implemented years ago and still in force with Fifth Third Bank. To back up a little bit, we have a very high deductible on our health insurance plan. Council's wisdom in the past was to offer the employees a health savings account that's tax-free, but it must be used to help pay their deductible or other medical expenses that may not have been covered on the high deductible health insurance plan. The current plan is up to $2,000 for a family and $1,000 for a single employee. Again, it's with Fifth Third, and this is for a 1-year period.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Okay, for ordinance 2020-19, to dispense with the 3 reads, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance passed. Now we turn to ordinance 2020-18, an ordinance designated the employee and employer contributions toward the health insurance premiums and declaring an emergency. Do I have a motion for this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
And motion to dispense with 3 reads?
So moved. Second.
Second. Okay. Mr. Cordis, once more.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. This is the final ordinance to renew our package for the employee health insurance as a cost-containing measure and to give incentive to the employee to use our health insurance carefully. They pay for 15% of the premium plan, and they pay 5% of the lesser plan, which is the platinum plan. The village pays the remaining 85% on the gold plan and then 95% on the platinum plan. When the premiums go up 9.9, as we previously discussed, the employees' amount will go up by 9.9%. Again, it's a form of participation, and it helps to control cost as well as to keep our employees careful on how they use their health insurance.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Okay. This is for ordinance 2020-18, to dispense with the three reads. Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance is passed. We come now to ordinance 2020-20. An ordinance authorizing the administrator to enter into a contract with Strasser Construction, Inc. in the amount of $149,598.84 for the surfacing of 9 public roads. What follows then is a list of the specific public roads. I'm wondering from our solicitor, Ms. Ryan, is it really necessary to read all the roads?
I would just move to dispense with the abbreviated title and just have a vote.
Okay, so we will abbreviate the title by not reading the specific roads involved. Coming down, it was the contractor was determined to be the qualified projects having been authorized by ODOT Cooperative Purchase Program and not subject to additional bid, and declaring an emergency. Do I have a motion for this ordinance?
So moved.
Mayor, I would go ahead and just have a quick vote to approve reading the title with the shortened.
Okay.
Not even roll call.
After we get the motion on the table?
So
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
So
Second.
moved.
To dispense with 3 reads?
So moved.
Second.
And do I have a motion to proceed with the abbreviated title for this ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. This one, Mr. Bessel or Mr. Cordes can give us some background here.
I would defer to Mr. Cordes.
Okay.
Certainly. I'll briefly talk you through it. As you know, we have street construction funds which come from the state of Ohio from the sale of gasoline and what our allocation is to maintain streets, as well as we have municipal motor vehicle license tax. Between the two and after holding back reserves we need to help pay for our portion of Sharon Road Bridge and for our future winter plowing and overtime and maintaining snow removal, we have $201,000 readily available now to do the 2020 street program. So with that said, Tom Alderfer toured the village and listed 9 streets that are, and I can talk about them individually, or I can tell you they're 9 streets, that they're Morris, Greenwood, Walnut, Glendale Avenue, Linden, North Troy, Little Creek Lane, Albion Avenue, the short one, and Kingfisher. This is the state bid program, as the mayor mentioned, so we don't have to bid it. We've got a great price to put on a surface called Cape Seal with black mat. That's similar to what we did last year, and that last year program cost $149,000. So this program is very similar. It's $159,000. The $10,000 above last year's amount is because there's more base repair that needs to be done on the roads before we put the surface on them. With that said, once this program's done, we will have about 95% of the roads that need work taken care of. We can start looking at other projects used with street construction, or maybe we can blacktop a street. Potential candidates next year might be East Fountain or some of the roads that we did 20 years ago. They're now showing sign of wear. This product is typically lasts 15 to 20 years, and that's about what East Fountain is right now. So with that said, if we do this program, we'll be in a much better position than I think any of us have ever seen the Glendale streets in many, many years.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk.
For ordinance 2020-20, to dispense with the 3 reads. Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance passed. We go to ordinance 2020-21, an ordinance appointing Glendale volunteer firefighters, establishing a one-year probationary period, and declaring an emergency. Chief Hardwick, can you give us some background on these applicants?
Sure. The first one we have is Josh Fagan. Josh was with us previously back in 2009 through 2012, moved out of the area. Josh still has his firefighter 2 and EMT, so he's ready to go. He works with Queen City Hospice Care. Like I said, being here before, it's an advantage to have him back. And he felt the place for him to come back to was Glendale. So happy to bring him back. The next one is David Jones. David actually works for the United Parcel Service down the road here in Sharonville. It's always been an interest. He has no certification. Always had an interest in the fire department, and decided to go through and apply and go through our testing process, and he's ready to go. And last but not least is Julian Evans. Julian is the owner of Just Essential Nutrition. He is a personal trainer, personal life coach. Again, no certification with Julian, and an interest to join and help us out and bring his programs to the benefit of our fire department.
Good. I'm sorry, I've lost track. Did we have a motion here? Yep, no, we didn't. Okay. Motion for the ordinance
So moved.
Second.
and a motion to dispense with 3 reads.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I should just say that, I'm kind of missing out on some of the fun part here of actually having these people in person and meeting them, because it's always gratifying to see the fine people that the chief is able to find to serve our village in the capacity of firefighter. Also, we often put the action on firefighters and police officers up to the front of the agenda, partly so that they don't have to wait around for the rest of our business. In this case, they're not here, and we'll have to do the swearing in later. So Chief, just contact me when you want to make arrangements to have them sworn in. Yes?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Madam Clerk.
For ordinance 2020-21, to dispense with the 3 reads, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
For the ordinance, Mr. Bessel,
Aye.
Mr. Howeller,
Aye.
Ms. Duke,
Aye.
Ms. Masenko,
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith,
Aye.
Ms. Greninger.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we turn to the reports from the mayor, standing committees and special committees. I can report, I'm pleased to report a birth, that of Sophie Decrow, who was born on May 4th, to Scott and Jessica Decrow. We are working with them now to find a suitable location for Sophie's tree. As I have for the past 2 months now, and this is the 3rd one, I'm holding off on the deaths until we actually can sit down in person and acknowledge them that way. So I'm going to go over quickly just a few things going on in the village. We have, of course, the Sharon Avenue Bridge Repair Project. And as everyone knows, they have missed their May deadline, which is supposed to be the end of the month. the village has very strongly protested their delay, and we and our engineering firm are pressing them for action. We are pressing them to get more people on the job. We are pressing them to get to a date that we can live with and that will relieve some of the pressure on our businesses. So we are working on it. When Mr. Cordes gets back to the office next week, we will have a face-to-face meeting with the company, including its president, and make very clear our dissatisfaction with them to date. Next, there's the Sharon Avenue water main replacement project. I don't mean to steal Mr. Basement's thunder, so I'm just going to go over it quickly. But we had a low bidder out of 7 who came back. We're Rack and Belauer, and the bid was $1,472,886. In comparison, the high bid was well over $2 million. We have received approval for a loan to finance this construction from the Ohio Water Development Administration as a 20-year loan. And as we had hoped, it is for 1.37%, which is going to be very good for the village. The work will begin, at least we are hoping it can begin as soon as the bridge project is done. So that's another reason to keep pushing for that. On Monday and Tuesday of last month, May 18th and 19th, this area was hit with one of the worst rainstorms that anyone I've talked to can remember. Our our fire department made what they call over 30, they call them water runs. I think most of those would be for pumping out flooded basements. And I can just say that even though the number of those was high, the village, and particularly the utility department under the leadership of Kevin Bell, has greatly reduced the incidence of flooded basements in the last few years. And we're going to be looking at the numbers on that, but we know that they've gone way down. Still in all, we know that there's more work to be done when you have a storm like this and you get that many basements. The Memorial Day ceremony was held on May 25th, and unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, we could not hold the parade, but we were able to hold a ceremony that preserved the major reason for the day, which is to honor the veterans who have served us, and particularly those who make the ultimate sacrifice. There was a bonus, if you will. We got some extra flyovers by our flying team from the Cincinnati River Rats. And I just want to give special thanks to resident Amanda Van Dyke, who organized the event, and to Mike Fassold, who he can't even tell us how many years he's been doing this, but he organized the firing escort and the names of those from Glendale who fell in the service of their country. That is all I have for the mayor's report. Madam Clerk, would you call for the committees?
Finance Committee, please.
The Finance Committee did not meet.
That's easy.
Mhm.
Let's see. Hang on, I have to get my handy list out now because I've only got, let's do Fire Committee.
Fire committee didn't meet, but we do need to schedule a meeting, a joint meeting with the buildings committee to discuss a donation of funds for doing some work in the village and the fire department. So Nancy, I don't know if you've got your calendar with you, when would be a good time?
I do. My calendar happens to be crazy open these days, so and we can check with the rest of the committee? What were you thinking?
If anybody is available during the day, we could have it anytime during the days or evenings.
Mr. Bessel, are you available during the day?
I'm pretty flexible all this week.
Mr. Baysmith?
Look
I'm,
next week. Preference
week.
next week?
The week of the 8th?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm open that whole week.
Anytime.
Okay, why don't we look at Tuesday, the 9th
Okay,
at, do you want to do it during the daytime?
that's fine.
Okay.
By Zoom.
By Zoom, 10 o'clock on
Okay.
the 9th, Tuesday.
I'm a little better in the afternoons. Could we do something around noon or later?
1.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. 1
David,
o'clock.
can you help us with Zoom on that?
Yes, I was going to advise that usually during the day is better than an evening meeting. So whatever the pleasure is, 1 or 10 should work fine for ICRC. I'll be in touch with Jason. If there's an issue, I'll follow up with the committee chairs.
Let's go. Let's do 1.
Yeah, 1 works. Anybody else on fire committee? Jeff,
I'm fine, Debbie.
Alan?
I'm good.
Okay. And, Wally, if you can set up a notice. It's a joint fire committee and public buildings.
Absolutely. I'll work with David. We'll make sure it gets up in time.
Okay, thank you. Then the chief has his report.
Okay. Report I sent out kind of explains pretty much what we did for the month. Yeah, the 18th, 19th was a busy couple of days for us, and rather unusual in the fact that after all the work that Public Works and the Water Department have done over the past years, this is by far the largest number of responses in the village. So part of that's based on the amount of water we actually did get, working with all of the residents that had issues. I think that we had everybody as happy as we could considering what was going on. The number of basements pumped, some of them multiple times. That on top of a pandemic going on, what we were doing, very well staffed. Our guys came out in force to help. Very appreciative of all of our guys. And then last, on top of the pandemic, that's been an ongoing situation for us in the fire department. It has been an area that we've not encountered before. So it's getting the information out, getting supplies. We've been very fortunate to have the support of Hamilton County EMA, Matthew 25. This past week, we had a pallet of water, bottled water delivered for Sam's Club for us. It's been, we've got a lot of support from that, and I appreciate everybody's help. This past weekend, we've worked with the entire county, both county EMA and all the Fire Chiefs Association in support of the displays in downtown and what we can be supportive, and that everybody else is safe. So trying to keep the county safe. That's pretty much it from my side.
Thank you, Chief, and please pass along to the firefighters the sincere gratitude of the entire village for the work they did on the 18th and 19th, and the work they're doing now, along with the police department, to keep us safe during difficult times.
You sure will. Thanks.
Thank you. Laws, claims, and miscellaneous, please.
The Laws, Claims, and Miscellaneous Committee has not met. We have scheduled a meeting in March and had to postpone that twice. So I would like to try to schedule a meeting this month in June and open it up to others on the committee, as well as some suggestions from a few residents for matters requesting the attention of the Laws Committee. And I'd like to suggest we meet on the same date surrounding the time when the Utilities Committee will be meeting, if that will be feasible for the other two members of the committee. At this point, let me just simply email you that date and suggest a time rather than
What date is it?
right now.
What date is it? Yes, I'm going to be out of town the end of June.
We are looking at this coming week, not the current week, but this coming week. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes, we had discussed no specific date yet. So
Right.
whatever can accommodate all who are involved will be fine with me. We've already scheduled the meeting for the 9th. It could be a crowded day if we have a laws committee and utilities committee the same day, but I'm up for it.
I would,
So in response to Ms. Greninger, we're looking at the 9th of June or the week of that 9th, either the 9th, 10th, or the 11th.
if I may, I would probably recommend for ICRC's sake, because they do schedule these Zoom meetings for us, that we do it on a separate day, just to make it easier for them to cover the other communities that they provide this service to.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, we'll
Don,
look
I
for a
think,
separate date offline then. Thank you.
yes, while we're here, Don, I think you mentioned, when do you feel that a person-to-person meeting may be available? If it's a matter of days, we might want to wait.
I think it's, I don't have a target date yet. I'm always hoping that we're going to be able to start our in-person meetings. So let's just discuss it, and see what comes out of Columbus in the next few days. Right now, it's a 10-person limit, and if you have, say, 5 or 6 people from council coming, and then any residents come, you're going to be bumping into that limit. But I expect that I'm hoping that the number is going to be raised in the near future. So when that happens, then we can at least consider it, but it'll depend too on what is the comfort level of the committee chairs and the people from committee members. So we'll have to just sort that one out when it comes up.
I understand, and I think that the target would be to be able to do this prior to the end of the month when Debbie will not be available.
Oh, absolutely. We're finding these Zoom meetings do work. They're a little odd at times, but they work. So if we have an opportunity to hold a meeting in person, and if everybody involved is comfortable with it, we'll do it. But right now, I don't think we're there yet.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay, police committee.
Police committee has not met, and I don't know if there is a burning need to meet next month, but if anybody is gonna request that we do something and have a discussion, that would be fine. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Warman.
Thank you. Everybody received my report. Sorry it was late. There's been a lot of stuff going on that we're working on, and got a little bit behind today. So sorry for the late email blast. Pretty much same as fire department. It's been a weird month with all the different things going on, and we're trying to cope with it. As of now, no one in our department has been sick, so we're fortunate there. And you may have noticed the presence of some extra officers on the last 3 or 4 nights and for the next few nights ahead. That's due to what's going on downtown. So you'll see 4 cars out each night and myself if possible. So that's my report.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Public buildings and historic preservation.
Nancy,
You're on mute.
Nancy, where's Nancy?
You're muted.
All right, let me try that again.
There you
Good.
go.
Sorry about that. The committee did not meet, public buildings did not meet. However, we made significant progress on a project that was a part of our punch list that we started a year or so ago. And that is absolutely renewing, ripping out and rebuilding a kitchen in Village Hall. So we now have a brand new, clean, functioning kitchen that will serve anyone who now rents this space in a very professional and straightforward way. Most of all, that you need to know, with the work of Mr. Cordes and Mr. Bessel, we came in way under budget. I mean, way under budget. And it's a great space. So the next time we do meet in person or you're in the neighborhood, stop by. It's just a great kitchen, and I'm happy about it. So yay for our committee. And that's my report.
Nancy, thank you for all your work. You go up there every day and check it out and do stuff. So we thank you for that too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recreation and Playground.
The Recreation and Playground Committee did not meet in May. This is June, in May. And we will schedule one sometime in the future, but there's nothing pressing at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Streets, public improvement, and lights.
The Streets Committee did meet, and the ordinance we passed this evening for the 2020 street program was the result of that work. Thanks for the work done by Tom Aldorfer and Wally Cordes, keeping us on track with a good program and a plan to keep our roads in good shape and trying to get them up to speed. It was a good effort by everybody.
Thank you. Utilities Committee.
The Utilities Committee did meet on May the 8th, and at that time discussed the options available in terms of interest rate and terms from the Ohio Water Authority. And that's pretty well been covered both in ordinances and by the mayor this evening. So that is the extent of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we come now to the reports from the clerk and treasurer. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
I have no report.
Mr. Treasurer, do you have a report?
Yes. So I passed out, or I emailed you the investment report for May. We're still doing pretty good considering, interest rates are down to absolutely nothing now through our banking partners. But our CDs that we have in our ladder program, it's still doing pretty good. Almost $28,000 this month. So that was a good take. I did want to give you an update on commercial paper. Last time we talked about that we were going to engage in purchasing some commercial paper, and we did do that. We purchased some commercial paper with Toyota Motor Credit Corporation. And to give you an example, on May 7th, we had an offering that yielded 1.4% for $600,000. And since we have a limit of no more than 10% of our investments can be with one corporation, I went ahead and bought an additional $400,000 2 weeks later, and that interest rate dropped down to 1.1%. So just a 2-week difference dropped for the same type of commercial paper, same rating and everything else, just dropped 0.3 points. So that's a considerable drop. Our returns from our banks right now are really low. CF Bank, the ICS system, we're down to 1%, so that's still reasonable. But Fifth Third, our general and our enterprise accounts are down to like 0.3, 0.4%. So very low rates. And we're going to continue to opportunities because we have more certificates that are going to be maturing between now and the end of the year. we'll have to figure out how to get the highest yield in this kind of environment. So, any questions?
No question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have received some financial reports. We received checking reports from the general fund and the enterprise fund for the month of May. And for the month of April, since May just ended, we don't have data for that, but we have some usual reports, cash transactions. We have expenditures from the general fund and the special funds. We have revenue, and attached to the police report is the report from the mayor's court. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of these reports?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We are now going to resume the hearing that began on May 4th of council to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission regarding application of the Sisters of the Transfiguration to amend the Bethany School conditional use permit.
Mr. Mayor, before you do it, can I suggest that we excuse Chief Warman and Chief Hardwick? This is, I think for them to sit through this would be amazingly terrible.
Good call. We did that last time. So you guys do not have to stay for this part of the meeting.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Lumsden, are we ready, as far as you know, with all of the people who will be testifying at the hearing?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'd like to run through a very, very brief sort of what to expect, I guess, for those who are new to this process or commented last time and don't remember exactly how we worked. Everyone received the mayor's list of procedures and steps, including lists of supporters and opponents, the order in which they're speaking. As an attendee, which all of you are now outside of council, you are going to be promoted to the panelist position. You'll give your presentation. If you have documentation that you've submitted to our office by the end of the day on Friday deadline, I will pull that up and screen share my screen for that. So feel free, please walk me through what you'd like to show, what you'd like to see, if there are slides, photos, whatever that may be. Have patience with me, please, as I try to figure out what's coming up next. Other than that, Mayor, I think that's all. So however you'd like to proceed, I will defer to you.
Okay, I am not going to read all of those procedures again. I would like to just highlight a couple of them. First of all of the witnesses testifying tonight will be sworn in, even those who were previously sworn in at the May 4th hearing. At the end of each witness's testimony, counsel and any attorneys representing a party may ask questions. Council rule the last at the May 4th meeting, council determined to suspend the application of Rule 10, limiting speakers before council to 5 minutes. That suspension is still in place. And just a reminder, upon the closing of the testimony, it is council's purpose to determine whether to approve, disapprove, or approve the application with conditions. Once that decision has been made by council, the solicitor will draft a resolution or ordinance implementing the decision and expressing the reasons for it as provided by council. The ordinance will then be considered at the next council meeting, which will be held June 29th. I will also note that at the May 4th meeting, we were pleased to have Planning Commission Chair Tom Bridenstine available to ask questions, answer questions. He will be available to do that. He will try to be available to do that tonight. However, he does have a scheduling conflict. The earliest he can be with us is 9 o'clock, and it may be later than that. So we'll just have to play that one by ear. So with that, we're going to start with those who are supporting the application. Oh, I should mention too, we had our village engineer, Tim Casto of the Kleingers Group, is also here to answer questions, either from the party's attorneys or from council. So we'll start with supporters of the application, and they have informed me of the order in which they wish to speak. And the first person who wishes to speak is Sister Karina Spendel. And so I would ask her to be, I guess, promoted to participant status so that she can speak to us.
Dean, if you wouldn't mind reinstating my co-host privileges, I had some technical difficulties, ended up losing them. Thank you very much. All right, she is entered into the meeting.
And I would ask that the first step is for our solicitor to swear in Sister Spendel.
Hi. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I always feel that's redundant, but we've got to do it, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, sister.
Good evening, everyone. I came to know Glendale 25 years ago when I came to Bethany School in the 4th grade. My family has friends who have lived here since before any of our generation were born to either family. I have always known Glendale to be a welcoming place. A family who mentored me through my high school years in church told me that when they were younger, they were looking for a community in which to build their home in the Cincinnati area. Many communities did not welcome them because of their ethnicity, but Glendale did. They made their home on Annadale Lane, and my mentor lives in Maple Knoll now. While working in our chapel sacristy, I met a guest who frequently came with her dog for a long walk. They would stop for a moment of prayer in our chapel. She said that although she lives in Wyoming, she comes to Glendale for her long walks because our neighbors and drivers who are coming through are more courteous of pedestrians and four-legged friends. Glendale is truly a wonderful community to live in. I've been a resident now for 8.5 years, and I have just completed my 8th year teaching religion at my alma mater. The project began when we realized that some of the areas on campus that were used for classroom space were no longer able to serve in that capacity. Where then would our students go for those classes? We knew that we needed to finish the transition from Bethany School being structured as a boarding school for 60 girls to being a day school for 230 students. We sought to work closely with Glendale in planning for Bethany's future. The ordinances regarding fire and seismic code showed us that we could no longer adapt the buildings which were built in the early 1920s. Once we knew that we were looking at new buildings, we dedicated ourselves to going all the way and making improvements in as many areas as we could, preparing Bethany for, we hope, the next 120 years. We've worked closely with the Glendale Police Department in assessing where security measures can be improved. And we have worked with the fire department in assuring that they have needed access to all areas of campus. We've worked with Hamilton County to uphold our responsibility to mitigate the stormwater runoff. And we know that we have thus partnered with Glendale in working on a much larger puzzle that is our surrounding infrastructure. We've consulted Immersion Design, who has helped us in more ways than I have time to discuss tonight. They have gone above and beyond to balance aesthetic and function in our new buildings. They have helped us live our commitment to environmental stewardship by utilizing the geo-exchange system and solar power. We've also partnered with our neighbors, listening to their concerns and being ready to respond as we are able. We structured the places of construction to have a working traffic flow throughout the project. We did not lose parking spaces to trailers for classrooms. We only needed one during phase 1 for Congress use. We're making progress on our landscaping in areas which are no longer under construction. And I'm reminded when I walk along Oak Road that we are also in partnership with Glendale in this. We have seen many older trees taken down or felled by storms. Some that were threatening power lines along Oak Road were taken down. Some that were taken down on campus had been struck by lightning and were barely hanging on. This whole area of Glendale is in a period of renewal. We are committed on campus to planting native species, and I'm sure we are not alone in experiencing challenges with the deer that live nearby. I want to leave you with a Greek proverb. A society grows great when people plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Thank you.
Mayor, I believe you're muted.
You're right. Okay, thank you, sister. And I just wanted to know, are there any questions from council or from an attorney?
I don't know if Sister Spindell would know this, but the property that extended hedgerow to Oak, who owned that property prior to the connector road being put in?
I believe that has been part of ours since Mother Eva purchased the land in 1898.
Okay, so it, and that land butted up against Mr. McSwain's property?
Yes, and it was an agreement, an easement agreement between the community and Mr. McSwain for him to have his driveway there. And we helped him restructure it as Blue Hawk Way was put in.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Okay, next we would like to hear from Sister Hope Mary, and I will ask then our solicitor to swear her in.
She has been promoted, should appear shortly.
Sister Hope Mary, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Please
I'm
raise your
going to ask our solicitor to swear you in now.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. As a community, after a long time of prayerful discernment for God's will, we felt called to make improvements to Bethany School because we love the children. Especially important in my mind are improvements in safety, accessibility, and energy efficiency. Let me focus on accessibility because it's close to my heart, because my brother uses a wheelchair to get around. Now, you know the old saying that a lady who is expecting a baby is not a little bit pregnant. Either she is or she is not. Accessibility is like that. Even though the classrooms are accessible, if most of the students, teachers, and parents are able to go to the office of an administrator or a counselor or a speech therapist or whatever, then those students, teachers, and parents who use wheelchairs or walkers should be able to get there as well. I want to be able to say that Bethany School is accessible for everyone, not mostly so. All people do not have the same taste in architecture. In my view, the new buildings are beautiful, and the proposed new administration building will blend in nicely. I realize some neighbors find the buildings ugly and too tall. I hope and pray that in time, and with the growth of landscaping, plants, and trees, the buildings will not be an ongoing eyesore for them. Certainly, we all know and experience the noise and inconvenience of construction that has been going on, and our decisions have resulted in much disruption in the lives and anger in the minds of our neighbors, for which I am truly sorry. I appreciate and care about our neighbors, seeing them as gifts from God. When I see them, my smile is genuine, and I hope that in time their anger will lessen. I hope that you will approve our plan for the administration building. Thank you. That's
Thank
all.
you. Any questions? Our next witness is Stephen Imwali. Ms. David, can you promote Mr. Imwali, and we will swear him in.
He has been promoted and should appear shortly.
Mr. Imwali?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You will now be sworn in by our solicitor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. I want to thank our village council first for your diligence and the careful consideration that you've shown in listening to concerns of all the parties in this matter that you have before you this evening. My family and I appreciate your dedication and service to our community, so thank you for that. My family lives on Glendale Avenue. I grew up here in the village. Many of you probably know my parents who reside at the end of Oak Drive. In fact, the creek that runs along their property is a major artery in the Glendale watershed. I have seen that force of water erode many of my childhood memories, or at least their location, for the past 35 years. It's been a persistent issue for a long time, and one that I've discovered as a homeowner myself transcends both sides of these railroad tracks, as well as from one hilltop in the village to the other. As Mayor Lofty noted earlier, we had a record-setting rainfall event, and that caused a lot of concern throughout the village. I don't know if any of you saw it, but Lake Field was a lake again, which I found quite interesting. But I'm not here tonight to discuss the Village of Glendale's need for an improved water management system. I'm here this evening to voice my support for the proposed new administration building for Bethany School. You see, in addition to being a Glendale resident, I'm also honored to teach fourth grade math and science at Bethany. It's been my second home for the past 6 years, and the commute is much kinder than my previous assignment at Summit Country Day. So I love living and working in our community, and I'm happy to tell others about it. I understand that the proposal before you is a change from the original one that was approved. Based on what I've seen firsthand with the new Bethel building for grades 3 to 8, where I currently teach, and the construction of the K-2 building, I'm confident that the proposed plan for a new administration building will be in keeping with the plan stated and delivered with appropriate concern and care for our Glendale community. All due credit is owed to Immersion Design and the foresight of the sisters and Mr. David Gould in this endeavor, and I am very appreciative of that. What I've come to learn about the Society of the Transfiguration, even though I grew up here, it wasn't really until I started working there that I got to know them better. is that their mission here in Glendale, Bethany School, it's a beacon of light and has been since its founding. A place of love and learning where all are welcome and innovative thought is encouraged and expected. I know it is in my classroom. That light has never been as strong or as needed as it is now, as I'm sure you're aware. I was happy to speak in favor of the new Bethel building when its proposal was first being considered, not simply because of the beauty of the building or the comfort or ease it provides in terms of teaching in a new millennium, but primarily because of what it represents and the possibility it holds for the future of education and our village. This is something that will reach well beyond my years of teaching and the village limits. It stands for positive change in building sustainable structures, something I've had the opportunity to share in educating our students about. If our village appreciates anything, it's a solid building that will stand the test of time. I live in a house that's over 100 years old and it's got issues, but it's part of our community and I love it. Therefore, I urge council to approve this application for the amendment to the original plan. The consolidation of all the school buildings within a single area provides a safer and more secure campus. It will facilitate the administration of our school and perfect the vision of the society of the Transfiguration, what they had when they founded Bethany School over 120 years ago. Permitting the completion of this project in full is a unique opportunity for our village to focus that beacon of light the sisters started so many years ago. For our village to be a shining example of how a historic place can and should also be progressive, just as Glendale itself was when it was first planned. Thank you for your time and the consideration of this matter. I appreciate you all.
Any questions for Mr. Mwali? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mwali. The next witness is Luana Iorio. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that name, but I would ask her to come on screen, be promoted, and be sworn in.
She should appear shortly.
Okay. Hopefully third time is the charm.
ICRC, could you turn your video on? Very good.
Good evening.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Thank you for the time of the council this evening to hear my reasons for supporting the application that is before you for the construction of a new administration building for Bethany School. As you've already heard, this construction is part of a much needed renewal of the Bethany School campus. And it's really essential for the school to be able to continue to operate successfully. With all of the facility upgrades that have been done, the Bethany faculty and students will benefit from modern and energy efficient buildings, which have been carefully designed to maximize learning. When this final phase of the project is complete, the layout of the campus will be enhanced in a way that much better accommodates both the students and faculty, and also allows the community of the Transfiguration to continue their mission in hosting retreat visitors in an area of the property that is distinct from school activities. The new administration is intended to replace what was really an obsolescent building with very poor energy efficiency that was somewhat discordant with the architectural style of the campus. I know other Glendale residents have expressed an opinion that perhaps St. Faith building should be used as the administration building. And this is an option that the Sisters of Bethany very carefully evaluated. The results of that evaluation showed that the cost of updating St. Faith is comparable with constructing a new building. Furthermore, even an updated St. Faith would be more expensive to heat, cool, and maintain. As is evident from the very noteworthy platinum LEED status of the newly constructed grade 3 through 8 academic building, the sisters are living out their sincere commitment to minimizing the energy footprint of the campus, and more generally of setting an example of sustainable living. Forcing the community of the Transfiguration to continue to maintain an inefficient building really runs contrary to their values and will place undue financial burden on the school. It is in the best interests of the village of Glendale and its residents to have Bethany School be a financially secure and thriving school. The new school buildings are really also essential to attract families to the school who place a premium on high quality education. I can certainly sympathize with the residents who live adjacent to the community of the Transfiguration, as I appreciate the noise and disruptions that can be resulting from living close to a construction activity. And I fully appreciate their eagerness to have the project come to an end. Relative to the objections that have been put forward in opposition to the plans for the new administration, information that was made available in prior meetings makes it clear, at least to me, that many of these objections are unfounded. As the result of having attended the March Glendale Planning Commission meeting and the May Village Council meeting that included discussion of this application, I'd like to summarize 3 principal concerns from the neighboring residents. Firstly, the drainage issues that exist around Hedgerow and Albion Avenue. Certainly, I think there's no denying the drainage issues, but really no evidence has been put forward that indicates the proposed administration building will exacerbate what appears to be a long-standing issue. Since the new building actually has a reduction in impervious surface area compared to that of the prior building, it's most reasonable to expect that the new building will actually generate less runoff during storms. The second objection has really been the scale of the administration building and its impact on the aesthetics of the neighborhood. And I believe this concern lacks substance. The administration building is well within the Village of Glendale building code. It is lower in height and smaller in scale than the new grade 3 through 8 academic building, which has already been built. The proposed administration building has greater property offsets from the property boundaries compared to both the building code and the academic building. So really the most significant change to the campus has already been implemented via the construction of the academic building, and the administration building will really not change that perspective from that side of the campus. Finally, nearby neighbors have expressed disappointment that the phase 1 construction of this new academic building required the community of the Transfiguration to cut down several mature trees. What is material is that these trees were on the sisters' property, and it was completely within their purview to remove them. I am of the opinion that the opposition to the plans for the new administration building is really strictly punitive as a means for objecting residents to make clear their displeasure with the first phase of the construction. That phase is already complete, and the addition of administration building or the renovation of St. Faith as an alternative seems unfortunately unlikely to change how the neighboring residents perceive the completed first phase. Given that the new administration building offers distinct advantages to the community of the Transfiguration, to the school, its students and faculty, and to Glendale, and that the concerns voiced are really not about the administrative building, I urge the Village Council to act expeditiously and approve the plan, which will allow the sisters to complete their campus renewal without delay. And by moving as quickly as possible, this will minimize disruption to the surrounding residents. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you to all the council members for taking matters in the village so seriously. It's really been a fantastic experience to have moved into this community, relocating from New York just 6 years ago, and to find such a community-minded village in which to raise our daughters. So thank you for the careful deliberation that you put into matters that affect the village.
Thank you, Ms. Iorio. Are there any questions? Okay. Our next witness is David Gould. David, can you promote Mr. Gould to a position where he can speak, and then we can have him sworn in.
Hello there.
And Mr. Gould, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I appreciate the time and consideration that all of you are giving to this issue. Thank you very much for your service and for the careful deliberation that you're going through. Bethany School would not be back to ask this body to consider this amendment to the conditional use permit granted in 2017, were it not for the fact that this proposed change is in line with keeping the campus safe for the children and doing it in a manner that emphasizes sustainable and architecturally appropriate buildings that speak to the past and to the present and to the future of the school. The sisters have been very clear that they want a harmonious and attractive campus that is sustainably designed and one that other communities might wish to emulate when they come and visit. Now, when I came to the school in 2014, the sisters were clear that their school was preparing for some significant changes. And I was only vaguely aware of what those changes were. And the construction is just only a part of the changes that certainly have been going on over the recent years. The sisters, however, have been steadfast in their commitment to making these things happen, but also doing it in a thoughtful and deliberate manner. I know that I'm very tired of construction, and I know that those of us who work at Bethany School and the sisters on the convent and of course the neighbors, my concern is that the delays that we are experiencing right now are going to significantly burden all affected parties. Now, back when we presented to the Planning Commission, I know one of the commissioners expressed frustration to the school and to the sisters that the way in which this project was happening was not in a neighborly fashion, and I just want to respond to that that concern by saying we have built fences in response to neighbors' concerns. We have built a stormwater drainage system in response to neighbor concerns. We continue to be monitored by Hamilton County Soil and Water to ease the concerns of neighbors. We have built driveway gates in response to neighbor concerns. We have installed light-reducing parking lights to reduce light pollution in response to neighbor concerns. We have responded to neighbor requests for a different vehicle traffic pattern. We have put in a new driveway for a neighbor's easement. The sisters do these things because they know how important it is to be good neighbors. And I believe that the work that has happened in preparation for this administration building is another reflection of the very thoughtful deliberation that the sisters have been going through with guidance from Immersion Design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Duke.
Yes, a couple of questions for Mr. Gould. I'm wondering a little bit more about what happens when someone, the inspector specifically, comes to the site, Hamilton County inspector that is, visits the site for a site inspector. Who is there to meet and go over what's been done? Who receives the report? Are there any suggestions or recommendations coming from the inspector? Would you please tell us from your perspective, what happens when the Hamilton County inspector comes to follow up on the permit that has been issued to Bethany?
Sure. The Hamilton County Soil and Water supervisor comes regularly on a monthly basis and more frequently if necessary, especially if there is a recent rain event, and to see how all of these structures were put in place and are responding to the particular rain event. I receive a report. I'm sorry. The person who actually greets this person and is with the Hamilton County inspector is the Conger Construction Site Supervisor. That man right now is Bill Varney. And Bill would be there with him. Perhaps there's other construction folks with him at that time, but he's usually there. Sometimes our facilities manager, Dennis Kemper, who works for the convent and the school, is there as well. I receive a report from Hamilton County. I would assume that the village office receives a report. I know that Conger Construction receives a report. If there is a violation or if there's a break in the structures, Hamilton County very clearly identifies what needs to be done and says that they'll be back in a certain amount of time to look at the rectification. And if that meets his approval, then they move forward from there.
And has any corrections, suggestions, or rectifications occurred over the last 2 years?
Yes, there have.
And please describe those for us, please.
I could not go into as much detail as for example, Bill Varney would go into, but we've had, in recent times, significant rain events in which some of the berms that they put in place, some of the hay bales that they've put in place to make sure that water doesn't significantly run off or sheet across the new connector road is diverted into the proper stormwater containers.
And one last quick question. In your mind, when will the project as currently approved by the village end or be completed if this permit modification is not granted? What would be needed to complete the project as currently permitted?
You mean not including the administration building?
Correct.
I would say that the construction would probably be completed in the early part of 2021. That would not include the work that's currently going on in the K2 building. That would be other renovations that are occurring internal of the campus itself and other buildings.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. I will now
I have a question.
Oh,
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gould, I am curious as to how many, one of the themes of the discussion is the safety of the students as they cross the campus.
Mm-hmm.
How many events have there been over the years where there have been serious injuries?
None that I know of, thank goodness. With the way in which the campus was structured when I first arrived, students were not allowed to travel around campus on their own. They had to be escorted by a faculty member, and especially when they were going from class to class. So that was something that was very clearly a concern. I remember my first semester at the school, and it was a Wednesday afternoon, and we were having lunch, and right next to the lunchroom, there was a gigantic Rumpke dumpster, a garbage truck dumping trash right in front of the students there. The kindergartners and the first graders were absolutely amazed at this gigantic truck, but all I could think of was like, what an incredibly dangerous situation that this school had put itself into when it came to the way in which it was simply operating. Those sorts of that one example would be something that would be very, very challenging for any school to address. And I really appreciate the sisters have taken very swift action in trying to make sure that all of the vehicular traffic that occurs on the campus happens outside of the pedestrian area that the students are operating in.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould, it's a point of information only. Do the Sisters of Transfiguration, that you know, plan any additional buildings or demolitions within this project apart from the amendment to the school use permit?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Gould. Our next call, Sister Lynn Browning. Can we promote her and have her sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, proceed.
A couple of things. One is that we haven't had any serious injuries, but we have had some police chases go through the campus, and have had, it's not a lockdown, what's it called, shelter in place. Because of that, the new buildings will be a lot easier to do that. The doors will be harder to break down. And also, Sister Diana had another engagement and wrote a letter, and she wondered if I might read the letter, but I was told to ask Mayor Lofty. It is in the accessories, or whatever that's called. But I'd be happy to read it, and then my comments will be shorter.
Okay, you may read the letter. I will just tell you, though, that a letter that is read by someone other than the author is of less weight in our deliberations, because as evidence, it's not subject to cross-examination.
Right.
So alternatively, you could extract from her letter the things that you believe in yourself, and then you could it would be subject to cross-examination on that.
That's actually the whole letter, but it is in the accessories, so people would have access to read it, right? Do you all read those?
We have
carefully
access to them, yes.
Yeah. I think I will go ahead and read it quickly and then just add to it a little bit. She's a really good writer. Dear Mayor Lofty, Administrator Cordes, and members of the Glendale Village Council. As I am unfortunately unable to attend the meeting of the Village Council due to a previous commitment, I would like to share my thoughts and hopes regarding the planned administration building for Bethany School. When I joined the Convent of the Transfiguration in 1998, one of my first assignments was at Bethany School. I fell in love with the spirit of the school. I was impressed by the hard creative work the faculty did to make the tiny rooms work. I worried about safety in the event of fire. When planning for the new school started, it was a joy and a relief in the midst of grief that beloved old buildings dating back to nearly the founding of our community and beautiful, equally loved trees, along with some dying ones, would have to come down. We recognized that we would live for quite some time in the midst of the noise, mess, and inconvenience of construction on our grounds. These were difficult sacrifices, but for the sake of generations of future students and their families, along with dedicated faculty and administrators, we sought all the permission we needed from Glendale to move ahead. After a lengthy process with many meetings with neighbors, the Planning and Preservation Commission, and the Village Council, that permission was given. As part of this process, it has been my privilege to get to know and work with the skilled, knowledgeable professionals at Immersion Design and Conger Construction. They have worked with us to design and construct one of the finest, safest, most energy efficient, attractive, and welcoming schools possible. It is a campus that beautifully, successfully blends the new with the old. We, our architects and builders alike, have gone out of our way to listen to the concerns of the neighbors. Immersion Design and Conger Construction made change after change to address those concerns, changes for which the Society of the Transfiguration has paid. Now the building housing grades 3 through 8 is complete and a joy for all who learn and work there. As we watch the K2 building near completion, we are excited that when our younger students return, it will be to a safe, attractive, welcoming learning environment that says they matter too. The next step is to construct an administration building that blends into the rest of the new campus, one that is safely accessible to students and parents alike. It will meet the same high standards of design, construction, and responsible environmental stewardship as the rest of the school. It will have space for the necessary offices required to run an excellent school. Excuse me. And it will have space for the necessary offices required to run an excellent school that encourages families to bring their children to Glendale from all over the area. It is true that during the initial stages of application, we thought it possible, albeit not ideal, to renovate the venerable St. Faith into a usable administration building. As you know, time and experience often lead to essential changes. The more the experts studied St. Faith, the clearer it became that the necessary work to renovate it and add insulation to the wasteful energy use, add an elevator and other accessibility features, and then bring it to meet current code is simply not feasible. So Christy Boron of Immersion Design came up with plans for a building to be put in the footprint of the former Hope Library. Would we like it to be larger, to have more space, to include more room for storage, records, and archives? Certainly. However, we ask your permission to complete the campus instead with the planned building, which fits in that space, blends in with the 2 classroom buildings, and will be part of the school that Glendale can point to with pride. I left the meeting last month with sadness that none of our efforts or the efforts of the professionals we sisters selected and respect so highly at Immersion Design and Conger Construction will ever satisfy a few of our neighbors. In good faith, we have met with them, listened to them, made changes, paid for new brick driveway and fencing, and done all in our power to mitigate water runoff, caused in large part by increase in heavy rainfall and exacerbated by the need for upgrades to the village stormwater infrastructure. Certainly, construction is inconvenient and noisy, as we experience every day, and we will be glad for many reasons when it is finished. The sooner the new administration building is approved, the sooner construction can begin, and the sooner the inconvenience of construction will be over. Then the landscaping and beautifying of the campus can be done, and the new Bethany School can become a joyous reality. Thank you for your consideration and your patience in listening thoughtfully through many, many meetings. Yours most respectfully, Sister Diana Doncaster, Sister Bursar of the convent. And I have to say, I agree with absolutely everything she said, really, and I would be glad to answer questions from my own perspective. But I just had a couple of other things that I don't think have been mentioned. There has been kind of a misconception with some people about how this project grew. And first of all, it's not related to the big gym building that we built some years ago. We still call it the new gym. but it's the activity center. This is not connected at all. Second, the 2 academic buildings and the renovations to turn classrooms in the old gym into an art wing were all part of the phase 1 and phase 2 plans from the beginning. We didn't just keep adding things to it. The only major addition to the plans is tearing down St. Faith and building the new building. And it's been explained why we had to do that. But a couple of the things that really stand out for me is that we could never have made St. Faith accessible. Maybe the first floor, although then the halls are so small that a wheelchair probably couldn't get through to the back offices. And even the first floor would be a very, very long ramp to make it accessible. An elevator is too much change to the building to get it up to code. It would be really hard to make energy efficient, and it has some leakage problems and mold, which we've had to deal with, but it seems to recur. But my major reason with wanting to have the new academic building is that it's on the right side of the street. People have mentioned that it would be, in closer with the other 2 buildings. St. Faith is a bit away, and right now it's being used by older students who we hope can cross the street safely. But the nurse's office would be there, and if they get sent to talk to the dean or to Mr. Gould, the students would have to cross the street. And I think, it really makes sense to have the school all on one side of the street. And also we have guests that we can tell should only be on our side of the road, except for the chapel, which is really close to us. And that would make it a really clear demarcation, which would also be safer for the children then. Like I say, we haven't had any serious injuries, but we have had a few police lockdowns police chases and a lockdown, that kind of thing. So the new buildings, first of all, the doors are much better, and there will be an intercom system to let people in if they ring the bell, and the person at the administration building can see the other buildings and let people in. And that will be true of the administration building too. It would be a safer building. I guess it would take a lot of time to get used to the new shape of the school. It is different, the layout. We're so happy with the size of the classrooms. The old building had classrooms that were about half the size that the state recommends for 15 students. So the new building is just luxurious. It'll take time to get used to the layout and the new shape, and it'll take time for the landscaping to grow and become beautiful. But the proposed administration building will fit in with the other 2 and give the school a more unified look. The other thing, I just want to say one more thing about the architect and the architect company, the design company. I was with the group that hired Christy at the very beginning, and I was really impressed with her sensitivity to our mission and the way that she would change the design if we wanted to do something that was more green, or, she had she had a person working in her design company that specialized in the environmental aspect. And she has been an amazing person, gone above and beyond the call of duty. So we have been really happy with the design company, and this is our school. We've approved it at every stage. The sisters have approved it at every stage. We've invested extra money to get the best design. We have exceeded the county regulations for water runoff, although in the construction, there's not much grass, so it's been worse. That will be over too. We want to provide for the safety of the children and to make all the buildings accessible for handicapped. And I was also thinking even for some of us who use canes, and the sisters are getting older and we can't even get into some of the buildings to visit the classes. So it's really our project to make our first, and for some of us, it's our favorite ministry, a world-class school, and the administration building will contribute to that effort. And I thank you.
Questions for Sister Lynn? Okay.
Gosh.
Is there someone? Thank you. Final witness for the supporters of the application, Sister Jean Gabriel. David, can you bring her up and we can swear her in?
Sister Jean, could you please unmute? Thank you. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Bethany School has been an outstanding feature of the Glendale landscape since its founding in 1898. Begun initially by a Glendale resident, who also happened to be the foundress of the Community of the Transfiguration, Eva Lee Matthews, also the daughter of a proctor. Begun as a home for children, Bethany moved quickly to establish a school on the property for those same children. Although the school has gone through several phases in its more than 120-year history on this site, girls' boarding school, co-ed day school, plus just having been a home for children, it has remained true to its vision and its mission to be a community where all members, both children and adults, students and teachers, can thrive as learners, growing and developing academically, socially, physically, morally, and spiritually, where students experience and learn respect, responsibility, and an appreciation for diversity, which I would certainly just say in these last days is extremely important to our country. Where academic excellence is provided in a Christian environment. Now, that does not mean that all our students are Christians. We have had Hindus and we've had Muslims, and we have possibly had children who were atheists. I don't really know. My main connection with the school, direct connection, was as the school nurse about, well, let's say a long time ago. In any event, academic excellence is provided in a Christian environment. And I remember one day somebody objected to the fact that one of my servers for the school Eucharist was a Hindu. And I said, well, I think that's great. You know, who knows? Maybe she'll decide to become a Christian someday. But in any event, that was some time ago. Good citizen is actively encouraged from kindergarten through 8th grade. In addition to learning basic skills, our students are encouraged to develop multiple talents by participating in things such as fine arts, Spanish, creative writing, science and math projects, sports, and community involvement. And you'll often hear people at Bethany talk about the Bethany family, and we do believe that all our students and their families are part of our family. And we work very hard to grow that sense of family among the people who bring their children here to school. Strong emphasis is placed on respecting all persons, regardless of race, creed, or ethnicity, or religion. I believe that Bethany School is and will continue to be an asset to Glendale for many years to come. And I thank you.
Thank you, sister. Any questions? That concludes the testimony from the supporters of the application. I'm inclined to continue with the hearing from the opponents of the application now, and then I would probably can't be open to a motion for a break. So if it's all right with everybody, I'm going to start with the first witness opposing the application.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I would like to ask Mr. Casto a question or two. I don't know if you want me to do that now or if you want me to wait until after. You're muted again.
Mr. Casto is here for questions. And would you identify yourself, and you may ask him questions.
Yeah, my name is Austin Musser. I'm an attorney with Frost Brown Todd here on behalf of Bethany School. And I think Mr. Casto is going to need to be sworn in as well.
David, can we bring Mr. Casto in and have him sworn in?
He's in the group.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good evening, Mr. Casto. As I said, my name is Austin Musser. I have hopefully only two questions for you. One is, will you please tell us your role on behalf of the village with respect to its stormwater engineering?
Yeah, so my role was to review the plans that the applicant had submitted for stormwater quantity, working with the Hamilton County Stormwater District as they were doing a concurrent review of the plans, and also the resubmittal of the plan package with the addition of the new building, with the also showing the reduction in impervious area.
And do the plans as submitted with this application, with the alteration to the plan, do they comply with all of the villages and the county's standards for stormwater?
Yes, there seem to be in general compliance with the regulations, and again, with the proposed changes that they are putting forward, it is a net reduction in what they were planning to have from an impervious area.
And what was approved about 2.5 years ago?
I'm going to apologize. I don't have the notes specific to what's in front of me, but during the classroom replacement overall project.
Okay, that's all the questions that I had, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musser. I'm
Mr.
now going.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, in as much as we have not heard from Mr. Casto and he's answering questions now, I'd also like to ask him a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Casto, are you receiving the reports from Hamilton County inspectors, and are there any matters outstanding on the reports in terms of mitigating water runoff?
I have not received all the reports that have been submitted, so I'm not aware of if there are any outstanding items.
So you simply don't know?
I do not know.
And you're not sure whether or not matters are in compliance. Whose responsibility is it to determine compliance from the perspective of Hamilton County? And this question has been asked several times, I know, throughout these hearings. And yet we're hearing statements that everything is compliant for a project that is still ongoing and is not complete. So who has the responsibility to issue the compliant report?
So it's my understanding that the Village of Glendale is a member of the Hamilton County Stormwater District.
Yes.
So with that, they provide the inspections and the on-site inspections of the stormwater erosion control measures. So the muddy water downstream that you may see, those type of environmental controls is a part of their inspections and what they're coordinating with the Bethany contractor and owners there. So that is they're reviewing the plans and the site from a erosion and sediment control perspective.
But I'm confused again. Are they specifically looking into the volume of the water runoff?
So the volume of the water runoff, that is a part of the review that we do from they have an underground storage detention system that we reviewed as a part of the design plans that were submitted, showing what is the volume that they need of stormwater that they have to capture on site to meet those regulations. And then from a review of the plans, and then that's how we provide our comments back to the village, and from their approval ahead of their start of construction.
All right, so if I may sum up, at least in my mind, what I'm hearing is that we have an ongoing project that has not been finalized and is subject to continual review by Hamilton County as for water quality, and by you in behalf of the village for water quantity.
Yes,
in terms of the runoff.
Yeah, those two systems kind of work hand in hand.
Thank you.
So Mayor, if I may, to continue with a line of questioning, it sounds as though there are tests being done for water quality, but we're not certain who is receiving those results, other than maybe a Conger or and maybe Mr. Cordes is receiving those results. What are we doing to verify volume and the capture of the volume of water and the release of that volume of water? Who's monitoring that, and how do we verify that the system is functioning correctly?
First of all, I would like to ask Mr. Cordes, who just raised his hand, if he had a comment to make there.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to report that Mr. James Gleason with Hamilton County Stormwater Management inspects the site monthly and then forwards the reports to me, as well as posts them online. The Friday before I went on vacation, he reported that he found the site in good order. However, there were occasions, I believe 3 of them, where he did not find the site in good order, and Conger Construction and Bethany promptly remediated the bales of hay and fencing that had failed from heavy rain.
Okay.
I just wanted to get that point clear. So continue, Mr. Bessel.
Sure. So that took care of a particular situation. Going forward, I'm hoping we don't need hay bales to retain water. Again, my question still stands. How do we verify if the system is working correctly? And we've all had experience where in theory, we build something, we construct something, we try to make something work, but then in reality, it doesn't always function correctly. And then there may be modifications that need to be made later, or we find that the theory or the formulas behind it just didn't work. They were faulty in some manner. I understand we're in the middle of construction. I understand there can be issues in the middle of construction. And I understand that it's been designed to be able to function correctly from a volume standpoint once construction is finished. But again, it sounds like we have someone looking at Mr. Gleason that looks to see if it's compliant in terms of volume, but we have these volume issues. How do we measure that? How will we measure that going forward?
So from the volume issue, it is not tradition to measure the volume of runoff from an existing site, which we've lost. Even if we made attempts, we've lost even that opportunity now with the construction that's already occurred. And then there's we typically don't measure that existing runoff and then measure the post runoff and do a comparison and then come back and make any modifications to the detention basin. Typically, there will be an as-built of the detention system to verify that what was proposed is what has been built. And there is, and I've had previous conversations and with the village and through meetings like these in the past, where I've heard some anecdotal evidence of water flowing for a longer period of time being released from the site that has been witnessed, which would be compatible to the system working. We would expect that it's like a slow draining bathtub. It's going to, you're going to have the water fill the bathtub, and then you're going to slowly release that water over a long period of time. And so we've been hearing some of that anecdotal stories from the basin, which whether that's the exact design volume or not depends on the rain, the inflow. But we're hearing that at least appears to be functioning as designed and holding back that water and releasing it over a longer period of time. And again, with the site in some state of construction, the erosion control measures that are on site, the silt fencing and the straw bales, those are temporary measures that are put in place on the site during construction because it's an open construction site. And the rains that we've had, especially the most recent ones, those erosion control measures are not designed for that level of rainfall. They're going to be exceeded. They're going to blow out or fall over. They're just not designed to be able to hold back that torrential rain that we've had, especially the most recent ones. So again, that's it's not it wouldn't be unexpected to see those measures fail, and through inspection to be noted to be corrected, reinstalled, or re-erected in some way.
Okay. And
I'm sorry.
that's okay. I guess my concern then again is going to come back to adjoining properties. Concerns about the neighbors' properties, potential damage to those properties. My approach is not to point fingers. My approach is to try to find a solution. And I'm hopeful, and from all the conversations I've heard so far, that if in fact things don't hold up as they should, or things don't perform as they should, that the people at Bethany will help us to find solutions. And solutions may be forthcoming. I just don't know. And we don't know how this will function in its final form. I think water sheeting across the roadway in volumes that I've seen, I would be disappointed in that system, and I wouldn't think it was appropriate. But you know, I'm willing to be patient and try to understand how we're going to deal with potential issues that may continue to recur. One last point is I continue to hear 100-year rains. We don't see this volume of rain. We saw this volume of rain last year. And it is more than I remember growing up in my childhood, where there'd be a thunderstorm and then you could run right outside and play in the puddles. But if this is the new norm, the idea is to control the water coming off of a property. And if this is what exists now and has existed for the last few years, we have to find ways to control it. And I guess I really just need to stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, may I just ask one quick question? And I too am looking for an opportunity to have this surface water runoff problem addressed with the county and with Bethany. Inasmuch as Bethany is presenting a proposed modification to the conditional use permit that the village has issued, is Bethany also requesting a proposed modification to the permits that have been issued by Hamilton County? And that question is really addressed to either Mr. Musser or Mr. Gould.
I would think Mr. Cordes would be able to answer the question of, are you talking about permits from the county or or?
Yes, yes. We have received a modification, an application to modify a pre-approved permit. I'm asking if Bethany is also submitting a proposed modification to the plan that they had previously submitted to Hamilton County.
I believe that Mr. Casto just testified that he has reviewed the modified plan. So anytime you're changing the impervious surface on the property, we have to give updated plans that would account for those changes.
Is Mr. Castor saying that he approved the proposed modification that went to the county or to the village or to both?
Mr. Casto, you'll have to answer that.
Okay. Okay. The plan that was submitted showed a reduction in the impervious area. So with that, there could have been a proposed change that may have or could have possibly reduced the amount of detention storage volume that was needed. Instead, it was that was installed in an earlier phase in anticipation to construction in the second phase that would be more impervious area. So with the reduction of that, there was not a need to come back and revisit the detention basin to either make an adjustment, which may be less volume than actually what is provided and was installed in the earlier phase. The documents that are with the Hamilton County Stormwater District are a part of their stormwater permit that they have with the Ohio EPA. So that it's pollution control. When we say sediment and erosion control, it's pollution control. So that's a living document that is managed between the applicant and the OEPA and inspected by the Hamilton County Stormwater District. So that document is adjusted through the life of the project and through construction. Because again, like a previous mention is you're deploying these countermeasures and things may happen and things may not operate as intended. And you have to come back with additional silt fencing or additional straw bales. So there's that document's living. So what they're doing is still compatible to the documents they have. And it's not necessarily a fixed plan that was created 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years ago, and they're still operating under. It's a flexible plan that is adjusted through the life of the construction.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question of Mr. Casto?
Yes, you may.
Can you answer me one question on your calculations for impervious surface? How can you add a building and have a reduction in impervious surface?
I think there's an addition of a building, but there's also the reconfiguration of the site that has the removal of impervious area as well.
How do you do that?
And I'm going to apologize. I don't have the documents in front of me that would show that net reduction, but that's something that we can produce that would show the net reduction of impervious area.
I believe
again I ask you, how does that work? How do you add a building that reduces the impervious surface? Is that even feasible?
Mr. Casto, is it not true that a building was removed and this is replacing it, and then the roof is smaller and the footprint is smaller?
There's a different footprint, some reconfiguration of sidewalks and other areas. So there's lots of little adjustments and then also the building.
Yeah, but that was on the first permit, correct? You removed the building and put a building up onto that, on that first permit, correct? And that was the reduction of impervious surface. And now you're going to add more building. If it doesn't replace the roof that's on there now that you're going to add, how do you reduce impervious surface? You've already got the calculation for the first permit.
Yes. And that
Okay, now you're going to add another, and you're going to add another building on top of the one building? Is that what you're telling us? With less roof?
The building is smaller. The proposed
Than the
structure.
first building that you're just building now?
No, sir. There were two buildings proposed to stay. One of those buildings is being torn down and replaced, and the square footage, the impervious surface ratio that it's being replaced with is smaller than what was there.
And that original building was included in the stormwater calculations as being there. That impervious area being included as a part of the overall plan at that time.
So you're removing a big building and putting in a littler building, smaller building.
Generally speaking.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think, Mr. Casto, does the calculation also include to reach the reduction, they're going to demolish an existing older building? So one building is removed, replaced by another similar size, and then another building is totally removed and not replaced with anything. That would be the St. Faith building, I believe.
Mayor, I'd like to call your attention. Christy Boron and Sister Jean Gabriel have both raised their hands in Zoom.
Okay. And thank you. I was going to get to them. We're going to try to get to the bottom of this. Is an important question. Has in the amended plan, has the impervious surface increased or decreased? I think that is what Mr. Holweller is asking. So I'm going to allow, if it's feasible, David, to bring first Ms. Boron forward, and I believe, see if she can address it, and she will have to be sworn in.
I'm getting there. Just a second. There we go.
Can you please raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, to clarify the question, the original storm detention system was, and it's already built and in place, that system was designed and sized as though that existing Hope building remained. Hope's impervious footprint is bigger than the impervious footprint of the new admin building by about 300 square feet. So we looked at not only the roof of Hope, but it had garage doors at the bottom with a parking pad at the bottom and had some sidewalk around it. All of that was eliminated. So the new admin building has about 300 square feet less impervious surface than Hope. That is totally outside of St. Faith. St. Faith is another 7,000 square feet of impervious surface on the other side of the street. That has nothing to do with our storm detention system, and it's actually in a totally different watershed. If you look at the watershed, the drainage of that site flows separate from the drainage on the south side of the connector drive. But with the demolition of St. Faith, we are now removing another 7,000 square feet of impervious surface from the site that is currently not detained at all, because that building and all of its sidewalks would have been built well before there were any storm detention codes.
Any questions for Ms. Boron? Okay, we have also a request from Sister Jean. I am going to give everybody their say. I want to assure the opponents that you will have time, and if we have to go another meeting, we're going to go another meeting, but everybody is going to get what they have to say off their chest here. So Sister Jean, can you come forward?
Sister, you're still muted.
I just want to make the comment that we are not the only property that sits at the top of that hill. There are other homeowners, property owners that are also at the top of that hill. Now, I do not know if they have done anything in terms of storm retention, but if they have not, then they certainly are adding to the runoff that still remains, that they are not our property. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister. Any questions?
Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Casto. I'm looking at a memo that you sent to Wally on February 11th, 2020. And in the second point, you said there's a proposed swale along the western side of the new admin building that shows an elevation label of, I think it's 658 at the terminus of the swale. It's unclear how the shallow concentrated flow will be directed to the existing detention facility, as the spot elevation is also near an existing storm run. Can the existing storm system accommodate a new inlet and this runoff to be redirected to this inlet? I don't know if that issue was addressed.
Yes, that issue has been addressed. They have provided a sketch showing the swale being extended to an existing catch basin to direct it into the storm detention system, as well as a narrative describing that correction.
I also just want to make a comment, Mayor. Previously, when I served on council, there were several residents that had come to me concerning water runoff. And Wally knows this, I did a lot of research trying to figure out if there was something that could be written into our zoning code to prevent these problems in the future. And actually there is not. The Ohio Revised Code doesn't offer anything other than after it's over with. I mean, and we're talking about preventative measures, but the only other thing is civil suits. And I always thought that was rather sad that residents would have to file a suit against each other, you know, neighbors, because that's not a neighborly thing. But when your homes, I don't know. I mean, I really think, that we need to have more information on how this is, the quantity is going to be dealt with.
Thank you. Any further comment before we go on to the opponents, or is there a desire now to take a short break? Hearing no such desire, we're going to call the first witness for the opponents, and that is Mr. Alfred Nippert.
Mr. Nippert, if you could unmute yourself.
Okay, there we are.
Thank you. If you could raise your right hand.
There you are.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Okay, it may be of a little assistance to try and get the 4 documents in some semblance of order. Number 3 was actually the letter which I submitted last time, which was out of time to be included in your packet. So really number 3 is the first order. Item number 1 is my comments. So no, item number 2 is my second letter, and the pictures go in item 1 and item 4 is sort of the way that the photographs go. That may be of of some help to you in following along. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor and Council, particularly to the administration, Wally, and to David, our tech guru, has made the Zoom meetings feasible. It's been a brave new world dealing in all of this. I guess the underlying question is, should Bethany get what it wants? I moved to Glendale in 1984 and have lived across from the convent of the Transfiguration in Bethany School since that time. My practice is located in the village, Nippert and Nippert, attorneys, founded by my father in 1897, the year prior to the founding of the order and the school. I relocated to Glendale because of the quality of life that's been mentioned many times. Quality found in its quiet streets, shade of its tree canopy, and the good neighbors, the village infrastructure, and the value of the real estate. All of these have been negatively impacted by the construction. The wholesale felling of trees, damage to infrastructure, recurring flooding of Albion Avenue, resulting negative impact upon real estate values. For these reasons, more fully explored below, I strongly request that the Glendale Village Council reject and/or deny the request of Bethany School to modify the conditional permit. In the alternative, which I do not suggest and with which I do not concur, the council should at least defer action until Bethany can show that it has in fact met all prior promises of landscaping, see suggestions below, and that the problems of water runoff, see comments below, are more fully and adequately addressed. Any approval action, which I strongly oppose, if taken, should have a condition that Bethany School's participation in the cost Glendale Village has and will incur due to the contribution of the upstream runoff, that the current water study be revised to determine where the empirical observation of the runoff contradicts the paper analysis. Let's start with what can be found in the project online. In Googling VHP Monday, June 26, 2017 meeting, incidentally, that's been taken down. Transfiguration in Bethany School, which began in 1898. Strategic plan adopted 2014, included site plan, intended to maintain the ambience and beauty of the school in Glendale and support the theme of blessing the children and demonstrating. At that point, it ends. Speaking in terms that invoke Glendale values, talks about history, began 1898. Nature, ambience and beauty. Children, blessing the children. Religion, blessing, and good stewardship, demonstrating. To this end, they, generally referring to as Bethany School, Convent of the Transfiguration Sisters, Bethany School Administration, the various representatives for the aforementioned, have submitted a strategic plan, proposals, drawings, applications, and made various representation to council and its committees. This leads a simple series of questions. What did they ask for? What did they represent they would do? What have they done? What more do they want? And what are the impacts of the actions they've already taken? What will the impacts of actions they continue to take and those proposed? What will they contribute to the abating damages caused by the actions they've taken and to which they contribute? I won't go into the Lawrence of Arabia quote here, but you can read it. From a simple conditional permit, they've grown a complex which effectively moves Woodlawn-style industrial park buildings of Redna Terrace across the greenbelt, which Glendale leases and maintains, northward to impact the residential properties, not only along the streets of Oak Road, Albion, South Troy, but throughout the village of Glendale. They have assured all who would listen that they're good neighbors. After all, they're a faith-based institution. The old joke was, I'm on a dead-end street next to a convent and a church school. What could go wrong? Well, now we know. Promises of landscaping, duty of deep tree preservation, consideration of others have all fallen by the wayside as they allowed an administrator to build a monument to himself. Not the first time a person in power has used an institution to advance themselves. Won't be the last. Warren Bennis did it with the University of Cincinnati when he sold UC out to the state of Ohio, and then promptly moved on to the University System of New York, SUNY. Christ Hospital faced a similar situation, but it extracted itself. The administrator of Christ Hospital moved onward and up. The village of Glendale, their neighbors, and the tree stumps will remain. Bethany once more. They want to build an administration building. Sounds nice. Sounds logical. Sounds like a tinkling cymbal to me. The result will be the destruction of a large brick structure on the east side of Hedgerow. This existing building, its size and height appropriate to the area. The proposed one is not. It's an excessive display when repurposing of the existing building would be far more appropriate instead. This is where Glendale Village Council needs to draw the line. A conditional permit is not a blank check to be modified at will. It covers what is authorized. Council may look to see what has been done and what further may be allowed. If what has been done is not what was proposed or was not done in the manner promised, Council should deny any modification or expansion of a project, particularly when quality of life issues are at stake. Landscaping. They felled or caused to be felled by their agents to fell or destroyed many healthy trees. The row of Osage orange trees, which were destroyed on Oak Road, were part of Glendale's history. They were field boundary trees prior to barbed wire. Students could have learned much from them. Young shiny boys typically made their first bows and arrows from such branches. In fact, Tecumseh related that he had. Softball-sized fruit. Keep spiders away, not by throwing at them, but the oils discourage spiders. Again, the children could have learned from this. To replace in-kind trees, which are 12 to 24 inches in diameter, is virtually impossible. They ought to at least place trees of 6 to 8 inch caliper of various varieties to assure screening and varied growth. The red oak at My Drive, 380 Albion, was a 6 inch plus caliper when planted 30 years ago. It has taken that long to reach above the wires. This brings us to water. A tree canopy acts to slow the flow of rainwater to drainage systems. During the time of over 30 years on Albion that I've lived there, it was never flooded, at least until construction began on their projects. Water flows down through various routes to a creek. This creek flows under, usually, Albion Avenue. It flows south of Warwick, and then winds its way under Sharon by Little Creek. This recent storm revealed that some of this water comes down Albion Lane and then flows east on Kingfisher to catch basins and drains there and goes into the creek that then is part of the Little Creek on Little Creek Lane, and then into the creek that flows under Albion and behind Warwick. I hadn't been aware of that until this recent rainfall. Bethany has presented council and Hamilton County with lengthy and complex computations, attempting to show, on paper at least, that all is well in Denmark. Yet Albion now floods regularly. Ford Motor Company embarked on a very expensive redesign and engineering project back in the 50s. It looked great on paper. Paper is only a wish. In its implementation, the Edsel was a failure. I do not pretend to be a hydronic engineer. I can see a flooded street. Somewhere in all those fancy numbers is an Edsel problem. Did they fail to compute the acre-inch runoff for the rest of the common property? Did the banks or ponds suffer from silting during construction or the impoundment? Did the roof slope the roof slope and the compacted drives contribute to the speed of the runoff? Did the lack of senior tree canopy contribute to the excessive water? The combination of the above and perhaps more. What I did learn is that the watershed that they're showing does include the building they're talking about potentially destroying. It's not in a separate watershed. It's just not impounded. And that they're having this problem now with an impervious surface where the library building was, and they're about to put all but 300 of the impervious surface back. So we're already having this flooding when the impervious surface doesn't exist yet. So there's something wrong in the adequacy of what they have already engineered and implemented. Glendale may receive a grant in assisting with dealing with the Albion water, rebuilding the bridge on Albion. I believe the mayor misspoke before when he said the Albion Bridge, but I believe he was referring to the Sharon Road Bridge at that time. And maybe we'll get a grant. But where does the money come from that Glendale will have to contribute whenever we get a grant? There's always a part that Glendale has to be put into. And Ohio law places a responsibility on the upside, even the upstream people, even to the point of 100-year rainfall. And calculations were made that I've provided based on the August 29th, 2016 4.4 inch rainfall. And I go into some length giving you the acre inch calculations and what that amounts to. Did all that runoff that we've been experiencing affect the Sharon Road Bridge near Little Creek? Did it impact the Albion culvert? All these costs, will Bethany simply expect Glendale to be the good neighbor and pay the bill they caused or contributed to? It's with a heavy heart that I've had to write this. The sisters have been good to us. My wife, Kathy, is on the vestry at Christchurch Glendale. My complaint is that I must look at the impact of their actions. Matthew 7:16 and 20, by their fruit. And the flooding and damage to trees, infrastructure, property values, quality of life are fruits as much as teaching children. Certainly, it would be a fair question whether the administration mentioned above has its heart in the right place. See Acts 8:21. In short, the answer is no. Bethany should not get what they've asked for. And at this point, I would suggest going to Exhibit 2 and want to share some of my legal concerns, but let's go to that second paragraph. Bethany School construction started as a gym and deforestation and an asphalt parking lot, then drive modification, then a service barn, which they called a garage, and just kind of packed that in and put a new driveway out onto Albion Lane. Began this in about 2008, 2010. Now, I can appreciate that the projects may be independent, but the point is it's an overall project, which leads me to Mr. Gould's remarks of sister and the teacher, Mr. Imwali, where they kind of gloss over what's going to happen to those 4 old buildings that are there. Mr. Gould said, well, he wasn't aware of any plans. But the very same logic that we can't put an elevator on the old administration building, or it's old, or it can't be brought up to being as energy efficient, can be equally laid to those older buildings there. And when asked if they could possibly move the entire project east to preserve the meditation path and to avoid cutting down all those trees where they put up, I guess, 6, maybe 8-foot fence and some trees that stand maybe 4 to 5 feet high. They said, "Oh no, we couldn't possibly do that."
Excuse me, Mr. Nipper.
I wonder what's really.
Mr. Nipper, I'm going to ask you to just wrap up this stage of your presentation because in fairness to other opponents who want to speak, and then I will invite you back at when they've had their say. But I just need to keep this thing moving.
I can be very quick here and wrap it up.
Thank you.
Because I'm concerned that they haven't told you the whole story. And that gets us to the packets 1 and 4, which are quite self-explanatory with the amount of water that was there at Albion. And the first picture on packet number 1 shows the pipe on Albion Lane. It's an 8-inch pipe and it's gushing water down there, and it goes to the junction of Albion Kingfisher, and that just keeps rolling on down Albion Lane. So they've misstated where the watersheds are and where they go, because all of that they show is not part of the watershed, Greater Glendale watershed. That water's coming out of the side of their wall and rolling down Albion. It comes through the gate and rolls down Albion. It comes around the end of the wall at Hedgerow and rolls down Albion. And I really don't think I have a whole lot more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Nipper.
For themselves. Thank you all very much for your time and forbearance this evening.
Any questions for Mr. Nipper? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Duke.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Nipper, your house is situated on Albion Avenue on the north side across from Bethany property. And looking at the watershed and the topography of that area, it seems that water is shown running towards Hedgerow, and water is also, as you mentioned, running towards Albion, towards your house, directly towards your house. I'm wondering if you would speak specifically to the impact you see on moving the administration building to a higher point of the ground on Bethany and its impact on water runoff towards your property.
I really am not a hydronic engineer, and it would be difficult for me to ascertain what impact that will be because I don't know how they're going to do their final grades. And it will all be determined where those final grades are. And this is where Glendale gets into the jackpot as well. And that's why I had in that one packet about the legal impacts. You have a village solicitor who can address that far more completely than I, but there is no blanket protection for Glendale if they authorize something that they're aware is not going to be the most beneficial for the citizenry, in addition to just the people making the application.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nipper.
Thank you. Thank
the
you.
next witness is Tom Masanko. And I'm asked, David, can you promote him and we will swear him in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Proceed.
Okay, first of all, of course, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify tonight in front of you. I, with my wife Jean, have been residents of Glendale for 37 years, and we have resided at 325 Albion Avenue all that time. Also, at this time, I would like to detail our close relationship over these years with Bethany School and the Sisters of Transfiguration. Our two children graduated from Bethany. My wife taught 5th grade there for 6 years and then followed 9 years as an assistant administrator. We continue to annually support a student scholarship fund for the school. With this background, I have to state, I have no animosity towards Bethany or the Sisters of Transfiguration, and my comments are not punitive at all. However, I feel that the construction at the site of Bethany School and the reconfiguration of the campus has created a severe increase in stormwater runoff, not only down Albion, but through the whole watershed area. This is causing problems for all of us downstream from the campus. Residents are aware of the increased flow down Albion Avenue from Hedgerow. But I want to point out that there's also an increase in the amount of groundwater flow that is seeping through the whole watershed. And David, can I have you pull up the Emerson Design Watershed slide? I need that just to orient everyone to what I'm talking about. Is that possible?
Yes, one moment.
Okay, if you look at this, and you really have to, don't enlarge it, David, but you have to enlarge it like I did to understand. My house is in that circle at 325 Albion, which is the area of convergence. I would like to point out there is, in the upper right-hand part of that, radiating towards the circle, is a small, what looks like stream or swell, whatever you want to call it, that emanates from the Bethany property down to the area of convergence. And that's the stream I want to talk to you about. So David, you can take that off if everybody's oriented to what I'm talking about, okay? And that watershed was in 2015 by the notation on it. And in 2015, it may have been a small, insignificant, whatever you want to call it, stream, swell, or whatever. It no longer is insignificant and small. In the last 18 to 24 months, it has become a significant water flow area. Not only is this stream or swell now overflowing, there is an excess of water coming through that whole watershed, through the backyards and through the woods, and it coalesces right around Albion Avenue, Alt Lane before it hits into Albion. It then flows down Alt Lane and adds to the water flow that is rushing down Albion Avenue. And then you get your puddling and your flooding in that area. I have observed an increase in flow down Albion, but also through the whole watershed to the Alt Lane area over the last 18 to 24 months, even in mild or moderate rains. Now, the last rain we had magnifies it tremendously. I'm aware of that. But even in moderate or mild rains, that little swell has become a major conduit of fluid from the Bethany property down to this area of Albion. If we could now, David, put up Dr. Love's photograph number 3, please. This is going to be a picture of Alt Lane as it approaches Albion. I'd like you to look, it's hard to see. There's of course the lamp post here right at Albion, but go up the grass that you can see. There's a small little light, the second post up there where the stream starts to begin. Well, it doesn't begin there. It has come down along a fence. It takes a 90-degree angle and it then swells out of its swell banks. If you'll notice, it is all muddy. It has never been muddy 18 months ago. It's all muddy. There's no straw or any type of, it's all muddy water. You'll also maybe notice where it breaks across the green grass. My property is to the right on the other side, my driveway. This is water flow through the watershed, which is coming down, and it adds to the amount of water that is down in Albion. I think it goes along with what has already been brought up by numerous people. Whatever was promised, whatever was put in is not working. Now, David, can I have my first video? And folks, this is the last one. And if you could put it on, I want everyone right in the beginning, it's a short video, but just look down at the ground where the erosion has occurred. And it's right up there where that swell breaks, or the water breaks across Alt Lane and towards my property.
One moment.
Okay. The video might start very, very quickly, so watch.
Were we able to see the video?
No, I didn't. We could try one more time, and if not, we'll go on.
Give me one more attempt.
Okay, this is the stream. The mud there used to be a 14-inch mound that has eroded. The water then runs down my driveway and out to Albion. Okay, thank you, David. I just wanted to demonstrate that the increase in water flow breaks across Alt Lane, and it is causing damage on my property. That gap there had 2 forsythia plants in it 2 years ago. The excess water, I feel, killed them and then has eroded that mound out, and the water is just flowing. That video was shot at 7:45 p.m. on Tuesday, okay? How many hours is that after the massive rainfall? About 10 hours later, the water still is coming down. So I feel that the photographs and that video support my contention that the increased water thrown off of the construction and reconfiguration of Bethany is causing damage downstream, not just on Hedgerow and on Albion, which it is causing problems, but there's a system there that no one really knows about that's getting worse. If for that reason, I would really implore the council to not grant an extension or the okay for this new building. I greatly appreciate that I've listened to this whole meeting, And your learned comments and insight has made me a little bit more comfortable that you're aware that whatever was done isn't working. I don't care what is said from observations which we can document, it is damaging property downstream. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. And I'm a very relieved, not very, but I am relieved at some of the insight some of you have with your questions that you've asked tonight. And I'm going to close there. I just am. I would ask council to take this under consideration and not grant their desire to build another building there indefinitely, or at least until we have some idea of why it isn't working, how it can be fixed. And they're a neighbor, they're throwing the rainwater off, stormwater. I think it's their responsibility. And I'll end there. I won't go any further.
Thank you. Any questions?
Hey, Tom, it's out.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have any monetary damages from the?
No.
From the...
Ellen, I do not have monetary damages to my house or property, but where that has cut through every time, let me say every time there's a moderate rain, it doesn't have to be this bad, that overflow across my driveway is getting closer and closer to my garage, almost like going into my garage. And that's what I worry. It's just going to get worse. So I haven't had any monetary problems, but I am going to invest in something to try to divert that down towards Albion at my personal cost, okay? So no monetary damage yet, but I don't want it to get there. And I think it will unless somebody realizes there was good intention, but it is not working, folks. It isn't working.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, next witness is Hugh Staples. Can we bring Mr. Staples on and swear him in?
Hello? I'm not hearing anybody.
Hello, Mr. Staples. We can hear you. We can't see you.
There we go.
Please
Can you
raise
see
your
me
hand.
now? See and hear me now?
We can still hear you. We can't see you.
No. Well, I can.
He's on the screen.
Take it back. We can see you now.
Yes, we can see him.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yeah. I did testify last month, and I really don't have too much to add to that, but I do want to state that it is unclear to me exactly what the fate is of the old St. Faith building. You know, is it going to be torn down? And if so, is that demolition approved in either the current plan as approved or under the plan that is under consideration tonight? So I'm really unclear to that. And my concern about that is, of course, how that affects the runoff. I did submit a couple of videos and a picture, and you know, just like to show what happens when we get a very heavy rain, much like the one that happened on Tuesday, the 19th. So if David could bring up, first of all, Hugh Staples photo.jpg will show you what happens to my front yard. Yes, this pretty much shows what happens to my front yard and as it approaches my house, which is a very small one-story building, which has no basement. And so any water that comes on the front porch, as you can see there, if it gets much higher than that, it starts coming in the front door. I did on that morning place what is called a quick dam in front of the front door, along with some sandbags. This prevented the water from entering my residence. It has done that before, and fortunately I was insured by flood insurance. However, of course, it has done that twice. I have made claims twice in the last 10 years. And with that, I lost what was called preferred risk status. So my flood insurance rates have gone up significantly. I mean, I'm talking like 5x. And also if you could show the movie that says Hugh Staples, Hedgerow and Albion. It'll be just about the first part of it. I don't think we need to. So this shows the water that is coming down the sidewalk, forming a river. And this shows the water that is coming from the intersection. It jumps over the crown of Albion Avenue. And then, and this will show. And then it goes down that sidewalk and often will go right down my driveway and add to all the water that is collecting and ponding in my yard. Again, I put up a quick dam across the, you can stop the video now. Again, I put up a quick dam across that, and that mitigated the problem somewhat. And granted, this was a very, very heavy rain. I think somebody called it a 250-year rain as opposed to the 100-year events. But it does seem to me that these so-called 100-year events are happening every year. You can argue why that is, climate change or whatever. But they are happening more often, and we have to deal with that. And so again, I am concerned about what the fate of St. Faith Building is going to have on the runoff, and how often I will have to put sandbags in front of my front door. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Next witness is Dan Love. Please bring him on and we will swear him in.
Mr. Love, can you please raise your right hand? Swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. So David, I think for brevity, if you can let me introduce myself and then maybe just run through the photos I sent and the 2 videos at the end. You can share the screen while I'm talking. But my name is Dan Love. My wife Becky and I and our children live at 825 Hedgerow on the corner of Albion and Hedgerow. And we've enjoyed a great relationship with Bethany and the sisters, including 2 of our children attending Bethany, Mayor Lofty, Mr. Cordes, and Glendale Council members. We thank you once again for allowing us to speak in opposition to the proposed modification of the conditional permit by Bethany School. We're asking the Village Council to deny this request. I've included some photos here of the most recent rain, and the last video will show this all coming off the construction area and going down Ron McSwain's driveway. Every meeting that we've had about this construction project, it's the largest construction project in the history of Glendale, and it leaves us with new realizations. So let's talk about the last meeting, May 4th, where the neighbors deduced from the many questions that council members had that you were unaware, some of you were unaware of how long the downstream neighbors have been dealing with water runoff from Bethany into our yards, basements, and driveways. There was a meeting back in February with Bethany and the administration and the construction team where we all had this sinking feeling that Bethany had no intention of changing the course of this project. So in review, I know Marilyn in particular asked about some of the origins of this. About 12 years ago, Bethany got some bequest to beautify their grounds by planting many trees and constructing a frog pond and creating several swales to redirect water into this frog pond. And it was a lovely effort, but unfortunately this increased the water runoff down hedgerow and into our driveway, down the sidewalks. That's in some of the photos I've included. Overwhelmed our storm sewers, and David, you can show more photos. Ended up in the reason, that's my storm drain there being overwhelmed in this most recent rain. So the water runoff down hedgerow into our driveway and ending up in the reason. So take a look at Tom Maseko's house and that creek 3 hours into the rain last week, and then look at the one that follows that. And Tom's being too modest about how much he spent on that reconfiguring that creek. This is what it swelled to by the next morning. Based on the increased water runoff we're seeing, we're concerned that taking away any upstream grass and pervious areas would increase flooding problems. It's comical to us that we're talking about the footprint of the new building related to the Hope building, because the new building goes up instead of out. It's going up about 3 stories total to 45 to 60 feet, depending on where you're measuring. But despite absolute assurances by the construction team and civil engineers back when the Bethany gym was put up, we all saw increased water runoff and flooding problems. At our house, I had to meet frequently with Tom from the Village Street Department for help. And I put in asphalt speed bumps to divert water and talked to landscapers and waterproofers for help. Now, after this 4-year construction project, we're experiencing the kind of flooding that you see in these photos. Our situations are unresolved and getting worse. So we want to make 2 points, and this is going to be really simple. If I increase the water runoff and flooding of my neighbors on not 1, but 3 different construction projects, that's the original landscaping that was done and putting in the pond 12 years ago, and then the gym about 7 years ago, and then this project, I should be held accountable. If my neighbors begged me to scale back the project to what I told them it was going to be 4 years ago, we were told new classrooms were needed and 2 existing historic buildings were going to be renovated. It was about a $14 million project. That bears no semblance to what's up there now. We have no idea what the budget is now. And if I pushed right on and took away 50 feet of green space and refused to move an access road even 10 feet, and then if I wanted to fill even more pervious areas with a almost 10,000 square foot building that dominates the corner, and I'm worried that that's going to increase the water runoff to my neighbors, I should be held accountable and educated that being a good neighbor means more than constructing a new private school. The sisters and administrators of Bethany never intended to flood the neighborhood through their 3 projects, but they did, and they need to own up to that. Secondly, if this project was on your street, Jeff or Marilyn or Debbie or Nancy or Mike, and it was contributing to your house and yard taking on water every big rain, and if it dragged on for 4 years already, you can't tell me you wouldn't be up in arms. Can you imagine if the Christchurch addition or the new fire station or the UDF caused increased noise, muddy runoff, and flooding of all the neighbors for 4 years and that nothing was done about it? I don't think you would tolerate that. So to the Village Council, we want to remind you, we're like you. We're active members of the Glendale community, volunteering our energy and time to build pavilions, help organize festivals and concerts and fundraisers, and work with the Boy Scouts and part of the Village Garden and historic clubs. We're not strangers living in other communities or working for firms that will be moving on to the next project when this is done. We're here making our home here. Quite honestly, if you're Hugh Staples putting up sandbags or me running my wet vac and 2 dehumidifiers in the basement, I could care less whether there's LEED certification for this project. However, I admire him for trying to do that, but that has not worked out well for the neighbors. To our council, we need your help to bring the Bethany School construction project to an end and hold the school responsible for their water runoff problems. requests no further structures be constructed. Thanks so much. There's a video that would be helpful for you to see that says conjure in it.
Are you asking that we get that video on?
It's the last video in David's list. There's volume with that audio. That's Ron McSwain's driveway. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Mr. Love, Dr. Love? Okay. Next witness is Jason McSwain.
Good evening. In the essence of time, I can yield to the next neighbors.
Okay, so are you yielding to your father?
That can be, yes, if that's next.
The next witness after you would be your father. Okay, can we bring Ronald McSwain, promote Ronald McSwain, and swear him in?
Mr. McSwain is not in the meeting unless he's sharing with Jason. Oh, there he is. My apologies.
Mr. McSwain, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Before I make my presentation, I would like to first address the questions that were asked by Councilwoman Duke at the May 4th meeting. She asked for an explanation of the history of the trees removed and information about the fence. First, the tree line. When in the early 1900s, it was determined not to extend Hedgerow Lane to connect with Oak Road, the 50-foot wide right-of-way was divided between the two property owners. Whether the Osage orange hedge apple trees were in place at that time, I do not know. Their placement created a natural barrier between the properties until 2017. Mrs. Oliver, from whom we purchased our property in 1981, owned 25 feet of those trees. At her sale to us, she donated her 25 feet to the sisters. As a founding member of the Cincinnati Nature Center and an array of trees on our property, I am certain she thought her portion would never be removed. The 50 feet of trees plus thick underbrush was a haven for animals. A fox family actually made their home there. Deer felt safe, darting into the thickness where individuals could not even penetrate. Squirrels made it through the winter, eating the large hedge apples that the trees provided. That 50 feet of trees, plus approximately 35 more that were on a shared property line, are now gone, never to be replaced in our lifetime. Regarding the fence, to solve the issue of the lost barrier of the trees, council requested the neighbors to resolve the issue. I believe it was Councilman Bessel who suggested a fence. A possible choice of several designs was provided by David Gould to us. We circled two options and drew up an agreement, which was signed by my wife, Phyllis, the property owner, and sister Teresa, who was Sister Superior at the time. David then sent an email to Wally indicating we had reached an agreement and the action became part of the conditional permit at the November 6, 2017 council meeting. Unfortunately, like many other issues, the matter did not end there. While we were out of town, a fence other than the one selected was installed, not stained as proposed, and actually installed backwards. per the mayor's observation and several others. Resolution of the problem is waiting for the completion of the project to see what the final plans are for the fence. Hopefully, it can be resolved amicably. Mrs. Duke, I hope that answers your questions. If not, I'll add to that. My presentation tonight is to say that the 50-foot tree line did not have to be destroyed. I voiced this statement for the past 4 years. I verified that yesterday by visiting the Bethany campus. I measured the distance between the east end of the 3-8 building and the sidewalk to be constructed. It measures 48 feet. Think of that, 48 feet. Moving the building just that distance could have saved the entire 50 feet of trees that have been removed. Just that small act of consideration toward the neighbors could have prevented the ugly fence, the scrawny trees, and allowed substantial water absorption by the mature trees. It certainly would have prevented this 4-year fiasco that is still to be finished. Was such upheaval in our lives necessary? Can you think of another building project in the history of Glendale that has dragged on for over 4 years and is still not finished? In addition, while I was at Bethany, I was told Bethesda and the present administration building would be saved. Isn't it possible these two buildings could replace the proposed administration buildings? Both buildings are presently serving the school. The remodeling of St. Faith would allow them to replace the St. Hope building, which has already been demolished. I also noticed a lot of empty space that could have been incorporated by an architect who understood and accepted the meaning of conditional use. Don't do damage to the nearby residents is one definition of what conditional means. I also noticed the newly constructed almost 6,000 square foot garage with 5 20-foot doors glaring at nearby neighbors. Surely the largest residential garage in Glendale will add space for the school-related needs. Everyone in the neighborhood is weary, angry, and has suffered financial loss. Decades of goodwill built by Bethany and the sisters has been lost. So hopefully my last request of many over the past 4 years to council is simple. Direct Bethany to proceed with the remodeling of St. Faith as proposed and approved. Then either build a new St. Hope as proposed and approved. A single floor building with a flat roof, or even better, look at the space to be vacated when St. Faith is remodeled and make use of that space. That's a pretty simple request. I would like to end this with a personal note. This 4+ year ordeal has been a real challenge for Phyllis and me in really many respects. I used to enjoy a cup of coffee on my patio at sunset. Now the sun lights up a 20-foot barn-like gable on the end of the 3-8 building. This towers over the top of the tallest spruce trees we could find to block it. And the proposal is to build another similar building right beside it. A relocated mud-filled drive, as shown on the slide by Dr. Love, collects on our cars and those of visitors entering from Hedgerow. They often ask what business park is located next door. Checking the mail with my 4- and 3-year-old granddaughters can only take place on dry days. Picking up mud-covered newspapers is not unusual. So we're moving. Yes, I said that. We are moving. We're not going far. We love our home of 38 years. We are just changing our address to Oak Road. With all the aggravation and expense that it entails, it will remove the daily disappointment of driving in to the office park or apartment project at the end of Hedgerow Lane. Please end this nightmare. Direct those involved to finish what has been approved and allow us to try and erase the memories of the past 4 years. Also, fix the flooding issue and hold those accountable for the expense involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Mr. McSwain. What has been done prior to the past 2 or 3 months to bring the matter of the fence to Bethany's attention and to correct that installation?
We've talked with the general contractor, Bill, the super that's running the job, just to mention, that the fence, I didn't learn this until, in fact, I think the mayor was the one that mentioned it in a meeting, that the fence was put up backwards because the finished side is supposed to face outward rather than inward. And I just mentioned to Bill that one, it wasn't the fence that was put up. And with David, just in casual conversations about it. But we really, in a couple of meetings that we've had, we've talked about really waiting to resolve that with some other issues because, it's possible they plan to stain it later on. We were not going to ask for the fence to be replaced. We could, and based on other issues, in the end, we may. But we've got a signed agreement. They have a copy of the signed agreement. They have an original copy of it. But it has not been mentioned in a group meeting. It's really just been one-on-one conversations with neighbors and with people involved at Bethany.
Thank you.
Other questions? Our next and final witness, Gordon Kwasinski.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can't see you, though.
That's okay.
Hey, Mr. Kwasinski, can you raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, so I'm going to try and summarize in a few minutes what's transpired in my mind over the last 12 years. And based on comments that were made by David earlier tonight, David Gould, the master planning process for this project started actually in 2014 by their information. We as neighbors were first made aware of this, of the plans, concepts, if you will, in June of 2016. And in a letter that I wrote on April 30th and distributed to council members and submitted prior to last month's council meeting, I focused on 6 key points. One being the water runoff and detention system design. Second being traffic issues. Third being damage to the village infrastructure and neighborhood properties. Collaboration with neighbors, property values in the village plan, and the new administration building. So I'm not going to read that letter again. You all have that, and I think you've had a chance to review it. But I did want to briefly touch on each of those points. And the first one, of course, is the one we've been spending a lot of time talking about this evening, and that's the water issue. And now I'm referring to minutes from the October 2nd, 2017 council meeting, where the conditional use permit was predicated on the approved plan, which called for a 30% reduction in the rate of release. And this relates to the water quantity, to Mr. Bessel's question earlier. In the reduction in the rate of release at the point of discharge, which is the 15-inch drainage pipe, which exits onto the McSwain property, and then the water continues on down into the neighborhood. To mitigate that, there was an underground detention system that was designed to store 28,040 cubic feet of water, which translates to 209,764 gallons of water to be retained in those underground detention tanks. And those, along with the bioswales, were designed to capture the water from the construction site and release it over a longer period of time, as Mr. Castos stated earlier. What's important here, and this is all in the application that was submitted and was reviewed back in 2017, these calculations were based upon not only a 10-year rain event, but a 100-year rain event. And there's exhaustive charts there that you can reference. Mr. Castos reviewed, as a village engineer, reviewed those plans before and approved them. And again, after the system was built earlier this year. I do want to note to Mr. Bessel's question with respect to how you measure the rate of release and the percentage of reduction. We had a meeting in March, I believe it was March of 2018 at the village office. Mr. Castos was there. There were a couple of other neighbors there as well. During that meeting, I asked, could we install a flow rate meter on the outlet point to measure, so we would have some benchmark for measuring the rate of release for that water. And I was told that that's not normally common practice and it wouldn't be necessary. So beyond that, if you look at the site plans, you'll see a notation that, and it was also in the approval of the conditional use, that the as-built drawings were to be developed and put on file prior to the certificate of occupancy being issued. I'm reading now from the plans. And the system would be tested on a regular basis. And to my knowledge, and based on comments made earlier this evening, that has never taken place. So that addresses the issues with respect to quantity. Now, when we move over to the water quality, and this is again per the minutes, the responsibility falls primarily on Hamilton County with assistance from the village if needed. And despite all of the above, the systems and safeguards have clearly failed. And based upon the ongoing issues that we saw again this evening and last month, it's not working, to Mr. Maseko's point. Now, earlier this evening, somebody asked about the permit that was inspected. You can pull it up online. There's a water quality inspection permit that was applied for in June 27th of 2017. All of the inspections are noted there. If you pull up that report, you'll see that in December of 2018, there's a comment there that says, I think we can punch this one up for final, which means that as far as the county's concerned, it was ready to be signed off on. And from conversations made earlier in the last May 4th meeting, Mr. Gould stated that the system is complete and is operating as designed, which is anything but the case. Now we move on to traffic. So the past 10 weeks, I've been working from home. I've got a front row seat to Hedgerow Lane. And even without school traffic, we still have construction traffic on a regular basis. They continue to use Albion and Hedgerow. Commercial delivery vehicles now recognize they can use Hedgerow as a cut-through street, and they regularly roll up Hedgerow or roll down Hedgerow on their way to deliver packages. And the gates that were finally installed a few months ago and are supposed to be closed during non-school hours are routinely left open. And as recent as the entire past weekend, the gates were up all weekend. So the answer to this question has been proposed by Conger and the folks at Bethany is to put up more signs. So right now we've got 6 new signs on Hedgerow. And when you add the additional signage that Bethany had on the street, when school opened last year, you had as many as 10, maybe 12 additional signs on this short street. The only thing I can compare it to, it looks like Route 4 in Fairfield during an election period. It's very, very disturbing. With respect to the damage to the infrastructure in the neighboring property, I showed last month pictures from damage to streets and properties, the silt issue at the outlet pipe and downstream on neighbor properties, Hedgerow, Alt, Albion. And yet I've had no response from Hamilton County or Bethany and its contractors after repeatedly reaching out to the county, asking them to come out. And if you look in the report I mentioned earlier, you see a huge gap in the reporting from the end of 2018 until 2019, where it would appear that have been no inspections. Wally might have additional information, but it's not shown online under the regular inspections. With respect to collaborating with neighbors, we've had numerous meetings, as the sisters indicated, with Bethany School and their agents. The most recent one, as Dr. Love pointed out, on February 17th. And pretty much starting back in 2016, and then again in 2017, when we met with Christy Boron, Conger Construction, the sisters, the trustees. It was a very large meeting with everybody in the neighborhood. We got a letter from the Sister Superior at the time that said, we will rely upon the experts for guidance. And the experts have repeatedly come to public meetings with long and elaborate presentations of how the plans meet local codes, aesthetically blend in with other aspects of the campus, and meet the needs of Bethany students for generations to come. Rather than talk to the neighbors about the issues we raised, their preferred method of collaboration is to present their plans publicly and let local officials decide what the outcome is going to be. And to Mr. Gould's point, and several of the sisters this evening, the fences, the driveway relocation, those kinds of things were contractual situations that Bethany wanted to implement in order to put their connector road in. So it's not, those are in many cases, not necessarily things that we suggested, because almost all of our suggestions have fallen on deaf ears. And so the sad part about this is that this strategy has strained what was once a cordial and amicable relationship between the sisters and the neighbors. It's a very sad situation, given many of us have had such deep connections to Bethany School and the sisters that go back many, many years, as you heard this evening. And now I want to talk about the conformance with village plan as referenced in the conditional use resolution and relates to the village's master plan. Removal of over 100 trees on the site does not ensure that the village has a perpetual green canopy, which is part of the village plan. Demolishing historical structures does not preserve the historic character of the village. And adding roadways does not minimize the impact of vehicular traffic in the village. And all of the above have a negative impact yet to be seen on neighborhood property values, translating to an overall negative impact on village property values, because when real estate agents come in and they go to value a house, they'll look at comps. So if they see comparables for houses that have recently sold in this part of the neighborhood, they will use that to base their valuation for other houses in the village. So this will have, despite the fact it's in a small corner of the village, will have an overall long-term negative effect. And now I want to turn my attention to the matter at hand, which is the new administration building. And again, I refer back to my April 30th letter. So reuse of St. Faith was a cornerstone of Bethany's master plan, as it would, and I quote, preserve and celebrate the history and tradition of Bethany. And the reuse of St. Faith was reviewed in depth during programming phase of design from 2014 to 2016, prior to any public meetings. And with the depth of research that was done, it's difficult for myself and several of the other neighbors to understand how the ADA accessibility issue could have been overlooked when such a deep dive was being done by Ms. Boron with the staff and everybody else. They had to know that it was going to be was going to cost money to renovate St. Faith. I questioned where the numbers come from. I wasn't at the meeting in August. The overall size and height are inappropriate to the site, creating, as many have mentioned, an urban feel to the campus. And there's been this was discussed earlier, there has been no additional study done to determine the impact on the already overtaxed detention system. If you look at the application that was submitted, the exact number is 328 square foot reduction in impervious surface area. Based on the issues we see right now, that's excuse the play on words, a drop in the bucket. And then Bethany has stated publicly it would cost the same to renovate it St. Faith is built new, which translates to $280 a square foot for renovating St. Faith. That's a huge number, which, based on my conversations with my colleagues in the industry, it would be quite, let alone quite a school, but quite an administration facility. Because again, remember that this proposed building is not being purposed as a school, but purposed as basically administrative / office space. So David, with that, could you bring up my PowerPoint, please? I said I wasn't going to talk too much about water, but I've got 2 slides. So this first slide is from February of 2019, February 7th, 2019 to be exact. This is not a rainfall event like we had the other day. This shot is of about 15 or 20 feet after the water is leaving the 15-inch outlet pipe. And you can see that the water is muddy. It's been this way for a couple of years. And obviously, when the slide you saw earlier tonight continues to be that way. Second slide, please, David. This is a picture, same vantage point. You can see the broken branches, but you can see the green leaves on the tree because this is 15 months later, May 3rd, 2020 to be exact. And this is after the detention system has been installed and has been stated several times is supposedly fully operational. Next slide, please. I want to now turn my attention to some other projects that have been completed here in the village in the past, I'm going to say 5 to 10 years. This is, of course, the Christ Church addition, the viewpoint from Sharon Road. As many of you on council will remember, this project went on in the design phase between Planning Commission and Village Council for many, many months. But through a collaborative process, Christ Church redesigned the facility. And I think if you now look at this project, it blends what I will say seamlessly into the surrounding neighborhood. And what they came forward with initially was much more massive and much more offensive to the immediate neighbors. So it turned out quite well. Next slide. Across the street from that, of course, is the fire station addition. Nice job, brought in, on budget, on time. Again, blending seamlessly into the community. Next slide, please. This is the police station ADA accessibility project that was completed just, I think, within the last couple of years. And you can see, yes, it's a very long ramp, but it meets ADA requirements, which needed to be upgraded so that handicapped people could get into the courtroom. They added a restroom to the front of there, and I think it's extremely tasteful done. It blends 100% with the original historic building. Next slide. Little different twist. So this is UDF, which we're all aware of. Completed, I think this project actually started after the Bethany project started. UDF came to the village, wanted to have a store in the village. My understanding is that, and I was at several of the hearings, the community pushed back really hard on what this was going to look like and whether it was going to be an eyesore of the community. UDF is wanting to do the right thing and be a good community partner. Made over 40 changes to their design plan, some of them very, very minor, but probably the most major one was changing the color of the brick to match the police station across the street. I think it's a shining example of what an organization, a for-profit organization, can do when they want to be a good community partner. Next slide, please. So this is a beautiful view of trees. It's actually the view from my front door, looking over it at Bethany. I wanted to speak to the comment that Christy made last month with respect to the main convent property being the same distance from my front of my house as it is to the new administration building. Now, what blocks this building is obviously some very, very mature trees, the two in the right-hand side. The other ones, those trees must be probably 80 to 100 years old, and were probably there before the building was built. So it is a really nice view, and you can see in the front some of the younger trees that were planted, and those are maybe in the last 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 years old. The one on the left is probably 5 years old. I will say that I've always admired the facilities grounds crew at Bethany for taking just wonderful care of the north end of their complex, because it's just a beautiful place to walk around. And I'm sure that everybody that comes there for a retreat really enjoys their time there. So I'm done. We can leave it there because I guess I'm not on camera. But so in closing, what I want to really say is that Bethany and its agents have really failed to perform under the conditions that were outlined in the ordinance approved in 2017. It's Village Ordinance number 2017-18. Water issues have and continue to adversely impact the neighbors with respect to stormwater runoff. Bethany's actions with respect to removal of trees and preservation of historic character conflict with the village master plan. The traffic issues in and around Bethany have been negatively impacted because of construction traffic and commercial traffic that are now able to use hedgerow as a thoroughfare between Albion and Oak. My worst fears are confirmed. So based upon the information that was presented on May 4th, and again this evening, we respectfully request you reject Bethany's request to amend a conditional use application originally approved in 2017, complete the project as originally proposed using St. Faith as an administrative facility, request that Bethany commit to restitution of the village of Glendale for damage done to village streets and the contiguous neighbors' properties due to runoff, review and correct the storm detention system as designed per the original application submitted for phase 1. To Tom Maseko's point, and to several others tonight, it's just not working. And then lastly, collaborate and communicate with neighbors on all future changes of the plans on a regular basis so that we don't have to come to meetings like this and have these discussions. This is just not the way we do things here in the village. And my last comment is that as I was finalizing my remarks today, I realized that I went around, I added up the 14 or 15 families, individuals that own property here in the immediate Bethany neighborhood. And the average age of which people have lived in this neighborhood is 37 years. And that ranges from somebody who's been here from 5 years to somebody who has virtually grown up and remained in this neighborhood her entire life. We moved to this village for reasons that everybody's familiar with. We've raised our families here. We bring our grandchildren home to play here because of beautiful green spaces. We pay pretty high real estate taxes, and we maintain our properties extremely well. So I thank you for listening to my comments tonight. I hope you will have heard loud and clear why we as neighbors are opposed to this amendment. I think, as Mr. McSwain said last month, enough's enough. We need to get this thing done and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon. I had contemplated that there would be an opportunity for summation. Frankly, we are running out of time, and frankly, we've heard a great deal here. But I'm gonna go through it. If a party wants to have a brief summary, come forward.
Mr. Mayor, I feel like I wouldn't be doing my clients justice if I didn't give you at least 2 minutes. And really, we've heard a lot tonight, There's a lot on the table. There's a lot of history here, and there's a lot of hurt feelings, obviously, on both sides. But I do think it's worth, after 5+ hours of testimony between last month and this month, to remind council of why we are here. And why we're here is for an amendment to a conditional use application. And there are standards that council's called on to apply to this application. They're supposed to focus on 3 things under the village code: the effect on the neighborhood of this application, the conformance of this application with the neighborhood plan, and the effect of this application on traffic. I also think it's important to be clear about what this application is and what it isn't. It should go without saying, but this application is an application to replace 2 buildings with 1, with a smaller square footprint of impervious surface. It's not to tear down trees. It's not to construct a fence. It's not to do any other major changes to this property, to the use, to the traffic, nothing else. So just hitting on those very quickly, and we'll go backwards. There's been no testimony that this application is going to do anything with traffic. Mr. Kwasinski spoke about how the traffic, he feels traffic's increased since the last application was approved. I think that was contemplated when the last application was approved. The site as a whole has been approved as conforming with the neighborhood plan already. You guys did that 2.5 years ago. The question is whether this building will conform with the neighborhood plan or not. And I haven't seen any testimony that this application fails to do so. In fact, I heard a lot of testimony from Ms. Boron early on talking about how it will actually conform with the neighborhood plan. And then finally, the effect of the application on the neighborhood. We've heard tons and tons about stormwater. Feel free to ask Ms. Ryan for direction about how much you can or can't take that into consideration. But the fact of the matter is there are published codes and published standards of what we have to comply with for stormwater. And we've exceeded all of those. And this application actually reduces the amount of impervious surface from what was previously approved 2.5 years ago. There's no testimony at all that approving this application is going to make the stormwater problems worse. The only experts to testify have said that they've reviewed the plans and they're good with them. You've heard a lot about construction, noise, signage, parking, damage to streets. Bethany's frustrated with all of these things too. We want this to be done as much as the neighbors do. Trust me, I've heard this from the sisters. I've heard this from the administration. We all want this to be done. But Bethany is the ones that have to live here, and they're the ones that have to stay with this property after it's built for as long as they're serving residents of Glendale and students in Glendale. So they're trying to do it in a way that will accomplish their mission. They're trying to do it in a way that will also not impact neighbors as much as they can. To that end, you've also heard concerns about the building style and the building height and how close it is. Those to my eye have been the concerns that the residents have primarily raised about the impact this application is going to have on their properties. But you've also heard that the building style matches all the other ones that are on site. The building height is lower than the one that's directly behind it. And the building setbacks far exceed what the code requires from any direction that you might look at it. So the bottom line is, you have an applicant seeking to replace 2 buildings on their site with 1 building that has a smaller footprint and has a smaller impervious surface ratio. You have an architectural style that matches the rest of the site and was approved by this council 2 years ago. And you've got a proposed building that's under all the setback and height requirements. Bethany first proposed this nearly a year ago at a top working session with Planning and Historic Preservation Commission. We also are frustrated with how long the process has taken. And we thank you for your time and your attention to it. And we are looking forward as well to having this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Nippert and Mr. Kwasinski Well, Mr. Nippert has his hand raised.
Okay, Mr. Nippert. Mr. Nippert, you are muted now. Proceed.
Mr. Mayor, let me just bring your attention and David's as well to Gordon Kwasinski's hand that is also raised.
I'm aware of that, but
Okay, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Nippert first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You've been very long suffering through all of this. You're delighted to hear from me again at this hour. Really, council does have the right to look to whether or not Bethany has met and fulfilled the requirements that has been previously set down, the contractual agreements that were incorporated by reference into the prior permits, and to whether or not they've lived up to that before they allow things to go further. I can appreciate opposing counsel. I'm not counsel for anybody, but the counsel for Bethany having the desire to kind of just minimize this as, well, we're going to do this and that, and it's okay because really it's not much more, and really only we're looking at this. But it's been the whole process, and it's been the entire water issue. And that's the reason that I submitted the legal commentary, which is item number 2. That's why I submitted the photographs. That's why I went into the lengthy computation of what an acre inch of water means. And the discussion this evening about what Bethany has chosen to do with its water runoff and its responsibility, I think is what's important here. And the fact that they just don't seem to want to take the responsibility for it and say, but we're going to just do this a little bit more. That's where my remarks were headed before about the other 4 buildings, because you can make all the discussion about tearing them down that they're making now about the old administration building. So was that the real reason they couldn't move things east 50 feet to preserve those trees? You know, I just wonder. I don't feel that they've been fully forthright. And that coupled with the fact that they haven't lived up to what they previously promised and what was previously authorized. They ought to live up to what they said they do before we give them any more.
Okay. Mr. Nippert.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, last word to Gordon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So to Mr. Musser's point, again, and I hate to make this all about water, but you've heard time and time and again that the water system is an issue. And if you look at the calculations, you go back and study the calculations, an extensive amount of money was spent by the civil engineer that Bethany retained to design that system, exhaustive calculations. And, the fact remains that since the system was supposedly finished and installed at the end of 2018, actually, that the water runoff has increased, and that's borne out by the pictures. So there is something that is not right. And you combine that with the fact that they've now are going to plan to construct a building on the site where they tore down the St. Hope and then tear down another building. But they've done no research whatsoever on what the impact is a key point to this whole discussion, because this water issue is not just damaging neighbor's property, but it's also damaging village infrastructure. So this cannot be just continually dismissed outright by saying it meets the code, it meets the plans. It may look good on paper, but it is clearly not working. Thank you.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes until our council rules call for us to make a hard stop on this meeting. We are not allowed to go past 11 o'clock. My inclination is to entertain a motion to adjourn at this point and give us all a chance to reflect on 5 hours of information that we have had, rather than try to just take a snap vote now. But if others disagree, I am open to whatever your pleasure on that.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I tend to agree with you that there has been so much information presented. I think it's important that we think about this a little bit more. We don't try to make a decision in the next 5 minutes. But I have one more question that wasn't made clear, and I may not have asked it correctly, or I may not have asked it at all. And I think it's very important. We have this elaborate water system that clearly isn't working. My question is, where is the outlet for all this water retention? Is there one single outlet for the entire thing, or are there multiple? And I don't know who can answer that, but probably Christie, but that's something I'd like to know. All of this water stored in one place, how many outlets are there? Where are they?
Mr. Casto, do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, so the detention basin does outlet. That would be to the west of the site does outlet on Bethany property to the Gordon's property there to the west and to the existing swell.
Is that one outlet or is it multiple?
So I'm when I say the what's outletting there is the detention basin that's collecting that water.
Right.
So there are areas to surrounding the property that are outletting to other areas too. I don't have a map that would show where all the outlet points are for the entire Bethany site. But for generally for the developed areas, including the gym area, that's all being centralized, collected at a centralized location at that detention basin and then outletted onto to the existing swell that crosses Gordon's property.
Okay, so that's where we saw the muddy water going across hedgerow near or across the McSwain's driveway and down into, and that's what's, okay. And that's coming off of the majority of the new construction that exists at Bethany School.
The existing and what's currently under construction now.
Right, gym, parking lots, new buildings, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question, please. I need to clarify for my own benefit, I guess, in that there are basically 3 points to this discussion. One, of course, is a water runoff. The second being the dissatisfaction with the height or appearance of the additional building. And the third point is the renovation or destruction of the Faith building. And do I understand correctly that if we vote to permit, we're agreeing to all 3 concerns, or are there 3 different issues here that can be voted upon individually?
I'd like to hear from our solicitor on that point, just regarding because I think your question is, what are the appropriate criteria here that we should be considering? And then what are the results of a decision?
on your evaluation of the record as a whole and all testimony you've considered, you obviously have to make a decision as to what, if anything, of the proposed project will fulfill the standards, the 3 standards regarding effect on neighborhood, conformance with the plan, and effect on traffic. And part of doing that is that you have the ability to approve the conditional use request, deny the conditional use request, or to approve it with conditions that you feel help to achieve compliance with the 3 standards that are before you. So to that extent, there is some ability to modify your approval if you believe that that's what helps achieve compliance with the 3 standards.
With that, I then would make a motion to adjourn for further consideration.
Mayor, I have to also say, if you would like, we have to determine whether to continue the public hearing or to close the hearing. And keeping in mind, there can be further deliberation by council when you reconvene. That's not part of the hearing.
Correct. The question on closing the record or closing the hearing is that we will not hear any more from witnesses outside of council. Now, a question, if a council person has a question that they would like to ask of somebody, would they be able to do that even if we close the hearing?
I think we would have to reopen the hearing to accept additional testimony.
So we could continue the hearing again, but not indicate we are not going to schedule any testimony, and but leave the hearing continued open for the purpose of potentially raising questions.
Yes, if you have potential questions remaining for the witnesses as part of the hearing process, I would say continue the hearing until the later date.
Okay. How does council feel about that? The option is either close the hearing, no witness, then, we could reopen it if we wanted to ask questions, or just continue it, leave ourselves open to asking questions. But
Mr. Mayor, I propose we leave it open. I still have questions. I'm still formulating questions after tonight.
I don't see any advantage to closing it. You might as well leave it open.
Agree.
okay. Then I would like a motion to continue the hearing until the next meeting of council on June 29th at 7 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, I will not be at that meeting. And the second thing is, are we opening it up and allowing additional testimony?
Not, but that was not my intention. I think the sense that I have is that council wants to be free to ask questions of people, but that council probably feels it has heard enough testimony.
Kathy, could we prepare questions that we have in advance of the council? So if, for example, I have questions of Gordon, could I prepare those questions and submit them to him in some reasonable fashion ahead of the next council meeting?
I think so long as they're provided to everyone.
Okay.
And they're posted in the way that we've been posting the things that have been submitted previously by David.
That seems to be a more expeditious way of handling this.
I'd rather have the questions raised in the public hearing rather than in the form of written interrogatories.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant, I didn't mean that it would be solely written. It would be an advance question to a party that would be discussed at council, but there would be that advance notice.
The question might be in writing, but the answer would be in a public
Thank
hearing.
you. Yes.
And the questions would be known to everybody beforehand.
Absolutely.
Also,
But to Marilyn's point, preserve the opportunity to be able to ask questions that are not pre-written, but can be asked during that hearing.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
Right,
so
because-
what is the motion? Can you give it to me again?
Well, and one more thing, and to also make clear whether you're seeking, simply seeking testimony, or you're going to accept additional written documentation. If you are to pose a question ahead of time and they actually want to answer it by providing more documentation, I think we want to make clear here what the scope of the continuance is. Is it simply to answer questions verbally by counsel?
I would think the latter, that it's strictly for, we don't need any more documents in the record, that we have some questions, and hopefully they are fairly pointed and clear, and the answers can be pointed and short.
So
Can
have a
I
motion
throw,
to continue the
excuse
hearing.
me,
Sorry.
can I just say that every time we've gone through this, we've had the same witnesses, we've had the same presentations, now we've been doing this almost, for the last 3 meetings at least. And if we don't do a vote soon, I don't know what we're doing. I know everybody's got questions, and but how long do we have to? I mean, everybody, to me, we need to vote on this thing and get it over one way or the other. I'm sorry. I've seen what Gordon has to say. I've seen what Mr. McSwain has to say. I've seen what the sisters have to say. We need to make a decision. We can't just keep messing around. We got to do something.
Well, we have a problem. We have already overstayed our welcome on this meeting. I
But
don't know
then-
what the legal effect is of going beyond our self-imposed deadline.
Can't we just continue the meeting at another time at this? We don't have to adjourn it, do we?
We are talking about continuing the hearing for the next meeting of council. Are you suggesting a special meeting of council?
I would prefer that as to carrying on like we've done tonight.
Well, I don't think
it's 11 o'clock now. I mean, we do our business on these council meetings. This is a special thing. We could have a special meeting, but let's do something. We can't just continuously go over the same videos and the same stuff that we've all seen.
For the record, Alan, I'm not proposing that we put off a vote. We at the next council meeting, we can be prepared to vote. We should be prepared to vote.
You mean you're not prepared right now to vote?
I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to propose, probably to Ms. Boron.
Well, I mean, she was a witness and you had an opportunity to it.
Okay, do we have is there a motion here?
I'd like to
Can we
make a
make a-
motion that we continue the hearing. I would prefer to see it at a special meeting as opposed to going all the way to the end of June. That way I would have an opportunity to participate, but in the next 2, maybe 3 weeks that we reconvene. And
I
if there's
second
any
the motion.
if there's any questions anybody has, maybe there's a clearinghouse somewhere in the office that they could all go to and then be dispersed to those people that need to answer.
I'm open to a special meeting.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Okay. All right,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I'd like to say that I'd like to voice my view against,
You're muted.
Marilyn?
I'd
There
like
you
to
go.
voice my view in favor of a meeting whereby council deliberates. I understand there is a motion on the floor right now, but I of the view
that Alan has expressed, in that we need to move this matter towards deliberation, and in the course thereof, come to grips with the decision. I think that, in my view, there will always be questions. There's a lot of information, and there are some critical facts to be checked. Now, what those critical facts are for each council member may be different, but I am not suggesting or in favor of holding up the deliberation until all of my critical facts have been checked. And I don't think we should hold them up until all of the other, quote, critical facts or critical questions have been asked. There's been ample opportunities for questions. So I speak in favor of deliberation at the next council meeting, whenever that is.
Okay, I honestly had hoped we'd have deliberation tonight, but we just ran out of time.
I
And
agree.
I take responsibility for that, but I wanted everybody to have their say. So at this point, if we can get everybody in a mind, or enough people in a mind to deliberate, they'll deliberate. If there are questions that people want to have answered before they deliberate, then I think we can try to get answers for them. So,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest or encourage that we have a special meeting in the next 2 weeks, again, the council to make a decision.
okay, I think we're there. I will try to get a special meeting together, but we still need a vote to continue the hearing, because that's the legal step we're doing now. We are stopping this phase of the hearing until we meet again.
Well, it sounds as though there's little appetite for continuing the hearing.
Well, in what way? We're not going to vote now.
Oh, no, I understand that.
So,
But it sounds as though I may be the only one who still has a few questions outstanding.
Debbie's motion was not inconsistent with your own, I don't think.
I'm sorry, could you say it again, Debbie?
Oh, I made a motion that we continue the meeting, the hearing for deliberation, but we do it in a special meeting, a special council meeting.
After which we vote.
After which we vote.
Okay.
All right.
I think the question, Mr. Mayor, is on the motion, if we are continuing the hearing in a special meeting, or if we are closing the hearing and moving to the phase of deliberating in the special meeting.
That is correct.
And voting.
Yeah, there's nothing that says we can't go on to deliberate and vote.
And vote, correct.
At a special meeting.
Correct.
And we're leaving a door open to ask some more questions.
And that's the question that Alan and I were raising. Are we leaving the door open? Is the public hearing still open for questions? Or are we closing the public hearing?
Well, on the motion that is before us, it would be open to questions. So can I have, let me have.
I second that.
Well, okay. Jeff already seconded it.
Oh, sorry. Then
Right.
Okay.
Okay, call for the vote.
Let's call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
I had to get off mute, sorry. For the motion, Mr. Bessel.
Aye.
Mr. Howeller.
Aye.
Ms. Duke.
Aye.
Ms. Masenko.
Aye.
Mr. Baysmith.
Aye.
Ms. Groninger.
Aye.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so the hearing is continued. The direction to me as the presiding officer and mayor is to try to find a date when we can get together for a special meeting. And I will do that. I'll circulate email and the question there is now, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, you do.
Move to adjourn.
Okay, second,
Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I'm
all
ready.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Thank you all.
Anybody opposed?
This is